Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone who's stopping by, watching the VOD, all that stuff. Today it's going to be an exciting project, at least in my eyes it is, because we will be making a multiplayer trivia game using front-end only technologies. That's right, we have to make no back-end, we have to spin up no server, and you gotta use none of that. It's just using front-end only technologies. Now, that is a little bit. Hey, Edward, how you doing? Yeah, I wanted to thank you for the follow you earlier. How are you doing this evening, night, and day? But yeah, so it's going to be a multiplayer trivia game. It's going to be using the Open Trivia API or Open Trivia Database API, which can be found at that URL. And this is a pretty cool API. Now, for those of you who tuned into my and Wolf stream, they use the Jeopardy API. This one's, which just basically gave you all the Jeopardy questions. This one's a little different. It's more just for trivia. So we get a little more curated questions, and you can ask for like so many at a time. So this is basically what the API output looks like. You get question, difficulty, all kinds of information. Then you get the answers and what the correct answer is. So we're going to be making it using this, the Open Trivia API, and Pure.js. Now, what Pure.js is a library that, as you can see in the description, wraps the WebRTC implementation to provide a complete, configurable, and easy to use peer-to-peer connection API. Now, what does that mean, right? That basically means, so there's something called WebRTC. This is a technology built into basically every browser that allows two browsers to communicate directly with each other after they do a little handshake, which is what's described here. Step one, send a thing to the browser, send another thing back, send another thing back. So this like a whole ping of like different connections and responses before the connection is established, and then there is no backend server required. Through, I suppose, the network architecture of there are actual servers like stun and turn servers, they can always find each other. Now this, using pure WebRTC, can be a little difficult, at least when I looked at it. There's a bit of a manual process, but Pure.js, not only do they make it simple, they also provide a free or a public Pure server. So we don't need to create one. So it says if you don't want to run your own, there's a free version that is basically what it connects to by default if you don't run your own parameters. So we don't need to run any parameters, run any server. It just automatically connects to this one. And as we see by the documentation, it fits on basically one page. You got some code to connect a client. You got some code to receive a connection. And then for advanced usages, you can stream media like audio and video. But we're making an open trivia multiplayer game. Not going to need that. So we just need these two basically. So before we get to the actual multiplayer facet of it, we need to get to the actual trivia game, because you can't have a multiplayer trivia game without a trivia game to begin with. So I have an empty folder, and as always, from scratch, here we go. So we're gonna start off with index.html using good old VS Code autocomplete to give me the template here. Get their screencast mode. Yeah, we're gonna link our JavaScript. Now, as you see, I will be putting this JavaScript in a folder this time because the Pure.js library, as cool as it is, I don't remember all of it, so I will be using TypeScript, but don't let that scare you off. It's going to be 90% JavaScript. Just using TypeScript because my goldfish memory will not be able to remember what is going on. Let's create our style sheet and link our style sheet. There, and then we're going to spin up a live server so we get the awesome automatic refreshing. There be our live server. And if we look in the console, we see nothing because we've written nothing. So now if we throw a console log in here, hello world, there is our text. And if we do some quick styling, just to make sure this is working, background red, there is a background of red. Now, so we have all these things hooked up. Now we're going to start, like I said, just with the multiplayer, with the single player trivia game, and we will make it multiplayer. So looking at this API documentation, essentially we make a request to the opentb.com api.php, and then in the query parameters is our configurables. Now we can do a session, but I have no interest in doing a session. That basically allows you to never get the same question twice, but I only plan to do like one round of questions being however many they want, and then if they get it twice, they get it twice. And then in addition, we have all the other queries, which they're somewhat described here, but they kind of make this generator for us. So you can ask how many questions, which categories, which difficulties from easy, medium to hard, which type, multiple choice or true or false, and then encoding, which doesn't really matter to us. It's more of a how the data is returned. So if I chose 13 from category 18, we get what does the MP stand for in MP3. You see the correct answer is motion picture, and the incorrect ones are these three here. So that is the base of the API, and we're going to get that working now. But we need some HTML for our API to actually show the questions and show the options in. So there are a number of ways this can be done, but I'm going to go with first a main, just containing all the good stuff, and then two sections. One section and two sections. Now, the first section is going to be the options sections. So you can call this options, and the second one is going to be the actual gameplay, and this is going to contain the question, and then it'll contain a little section, not a section, a field sec. I want the free border with the options, so I'll use a legend to get there. And then in here we will have basically our 4 different answers. Now, we can do this multiple different ways, but since they are exclusive answers, as in you'll only be able to select one, a good approach will be using an input with a type of radio. Now, if we look at this HTML, we can see it's still red, so let's fix that. There we go. The radio, you can select it. That's all we can really do at the moment. So let's flesh out the HTML to do more of this. So we want to, now the way I'm going to go about it is we're going to have 4 of these, and they'll be, so I'm writing them in HTML, but eventually JavaScript will generate them. So we're going to say value equals 0 and name equals answer. So when you create a radio input, if you give them all the same name, that's how they know they're all related to each other. So if we make a second one, a value of 1, still the same name, when we go to click, they will remain exclusive. But if we put a different name or did not include the name at all, you can select both. So this is what our HTML is going to look like. 0, 1, 2, 3 for all 4 possible options. And we're going to use some labels to basically show the answer. Now this label will just basically be answer number 1, because we don't have the data yet, so we're just templating it out to see how it will look. Very amazing, I'm aware, but that's basically our structure. Now they're not clicked up yet. So when I click the text, it's not linking up or clicking the radio button. Change to that is to give them all an ID and a for attribute. Did not mean to click that. So when you give a label for, it basically tells it which ID it's linked to. So we're just going to give this answer and then the number. Multi-cursor magic when I copy the number and bring it over there. So these are for answer 1, 2, 3, and 4. If I copy these and go into the input, give them all the exact same IDs. Now that we save it, we can click answer 4, and the radio for it automatically is selected. Now this is good because I am going to do, I know this is surprising, a little bit of CSS. We're going to do just a touch of CSS in which we style it. So these aren't radio buttons, but they look like options that you can select. So the way we're going to do that is first we're just going to order these all together. So in CSS, we're going to say field set div display is grid, and we want it to be in 2 columns because it's either going to be 2 by 2 or 2 by 4. Template columns. 1 FR stands for 1 fractional unit. And as you can see, we have it 1 column, 2 column, but we don't really want these inputs. We want the functionality of them, but we don't want to have to go around and using them and seeing them or any of that. So we're going to use a somewhat, I'm going to say it's somewhat common CSS trick. Like I've seen it out there before, so I'm assuming it's somewhat common. I did not just forget the Pomodoro timer. No one look at that. But what we're going to do is we're going to select we're selecting every input, and then we're selecting the corresponding label. So it's basically input plus label, the sibling selector there. So it's every labeled followed by an input. Now we only care about radios here, so like type equals radio. Basically we're just going to, so this is how we'll style them. So we're just going to give you a background color of light blue, color of black, padding, 0.5 rims, and a border radius of, let's say, 1 rem. Give it smooth. Now if we look, these are working, but only, not the first one. The first one's not working because I didn't order my HTML correctly. Remember, I said any input, let's read it, any label that follows an input. So it's this one, and this one. So the solution here is to reorder them by putting the inputs first and the labels second. And there we go. They're all now styled. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to hide the radio inputs. Type equals radio, and then just display none. Boom, it's gone. And now when we click them, we can't tell that we have them selected. That's not good. They are selecting, but we can't tell we have them selected. So it's a little bit more CSS using a property, or now what is it called? I know it's called check, but I'm thinking it's not. Pseudo selector. There we go. So it is the checked pseudo selector. So similar to this, except we're not selecting just the radio. We select only the checked radios. This also works for checkboxes, but it's almost like saying, is this thing being selected? But checked is the term cross-changeably used for both. And we're just going to give this a different background and a different color. Dark blue and color of white to offset the background. And there we go. We can select them. We don't have to use any JavaScript to figure this out. It just works. Now, we can do a little bit more. Hey, prankster, welcome, welcome. Yeah, you caught me live. Yeah, we're just getting into the, well, we're just finishing the styling portion of the multiplayer trivia app, although it's still, we're going single player first, but yeah. Yeah, I'm glad y'all are catching it live and not in VOD, although now you gotta sit through me fumbling through this now, don't you? Yeah, but yeah, so I just yeah, we just finished this little CSS magic. I know I went CSS first to get it out of the way. These look like buttons, but fun fact, you might already know this if you know some CSS. These are inputs with labels following them because the trivia game can support like 2 to 4 options. So we have an input and their type of radio, so they're exclusive. Then we have the label for the input. Then we use a little CSS magic to make it so the radio itself is none, not visible at all. But every radio that is followed directly by a label has some custom styling. And then we can use the checked pseudo class to say, hey, any radio that is checked and followed by a label gets this custom styling. So without the styling, we get these, which as you can see, clicking on the text chooses the radio. But with it, we get these lovely little multi-select things, no JavaScript needed. Now we're gotta do a little more styling to this. So firstly, they are very close. We're gonna give them a gap of 1 rem. Now they're very wide too. Yeah, Edward. So when I did my field set div, I set a display of grid and a grid template columns of 1fr twice. You can also use auto. That might be what you've forgotten. If not, then it may be that it's not being styled at all. So looking at the HTML, this is a div inside of a field set. So you can give this a specific ID if that makes it easier. ID answers container. And then instead of trying to figure out parents and stuff, you can target directly answers container. Same behavior there. Trying to think. If it's still 1 column, then it might be that the inputs are not hidden. So that this technically looks like 1 column because the inputs, the input radios are still visible. So I do that by hiding the inputs that have a radio type. So this is the attribute selector. We're selecting the HTML attribute type. And we're saying if its value directly equals radio, instead it's displayed a none. An alternative would be giving them all a class of something like, we're literally just selecting all the inputs inside answers container. So answers container, and all those 3, well, answers container input. There you go. Exact same behavior, no attribute selector. So use the ID of the container and then select all the inputs that are children of it. And that should, yeah, I mean, the main part is display grid and grid template columns auto. So yeah, feel free to tell me if that didn't work. I will be posting this to GitHub and such as soon as I get a little bit more progress, so you can look at the code in your own editor perhaps and maybe figure it out. Until then, though, we don't really have enough code to, I mean, we can, let's see, what did we complete? So let's do a little more CSS and then I'll go ahead and push this to GitHub. Yeah, so answers container, it's very big. We want with max content, still very big. But we don't want to look at JavaScript. The field set. Okay, so we want field set to be max content. There we go. Better size. We want a legend. We have a margin of auto. This behavior centers this little text. Lovely. Now we want everything centered, so we're just going to be like HTML text align center. Well, that almost got everything centered. Let's take a little peek at why this one isn't. Section. Perhaps we need to give the section a width of max content. Oh, no, we need to start giving margins, right? Yeah, margin, auto. There we go. Nice and centered, just like I like it. You are doing this in 10 minutes. Oh, you mean like, I mean, I'm not doing the entire project in 10 minutes, John Pill. Thanks for stopping by the way. But this is how much progress I've made. And I don't think it's been 10 minutes. It's been more like 20 minutes. Yeah, I've been going for 20 minutes now, so this isn't functional, by the way. This is only styling, basically. But yeah, it's been about 20 minutes. And I will, because this is a good place to start, I will go ahead and get init and reload the window and get this up to GitHub so y'all can compare. Yeah, the Open Trivia DB API is pretty nice. Of the two I found, there was the one that Mindwolf also found, the Jeopardy API, and this one. But the Jeopardy API seems like more informational and less trivia oriented. You gotta do some like filtering maybe if you want to fully use it. But this one, it seems to be you just use it. You don't have to really do any fancy processing to it. Hey, I'm glad you think so, Edward. I thought it would be too, both the trivia part and the multiplayer part. Unfortunately, we gotta kind of build to the multiplayer part, but once we get there, like this is more of a complex version of the multiplayer. But if you understand like 25% of the multiplayer aspect, y'all can build your own multiplayer things, build your own Discord, build your own mini games, rock paper scissors, build your own Pong. Maybe not Pong. Maybe Pong. Once you figure this Peer.js stuff out, it's pretty fun to use. And I'll be going for an advanced version. So if you get at least 25% of the Peer magic, you can build most simple to medium applications. So first commit, because I am great at naming things. And when I say from scratch, I mean from scratch. Let's go to github.com and create ourselves a repository. So we're going to name this very inspirationally Multiplayer Trivia. Yep. So I just typed in there. I click this. I'm not creating a new repository. I have an existing one. So I copy these commands down here and I just run them. Don't even think about them. If you don't know what these do, basically the first one, hey Gene, how you doing? Thanks for stopping on by. We just got our first push of the code to GitHub. So, and you haven't missed much. I have done CSS first. I know. So this is how far we've gotten so far. We got these 4 little button-looking things that you click, and they color like this. And this is using purely HTML and CSS. So the HTML here is an input with a type of radio. If you've never used radios, they're essentially, I mean, we've probably all used radios, and maybe not ourselves, but at least on the web. They're exclusive selections, so you can select one of 4. When you give them a name, that's like the group they belong to, so they all belong to this group, you can only select one. The value is what JavaScript will get. We haven't gotten there yet. And the label is the text. Now, we're doing a little bit of magic here, so if I just chop all the CSS away, it won't refresh because I broke live server. Oh, because I restarted and live server did not persist. That's right. So fun fact, if you initialize Git after you start your project, it doesn't always wake up, but that's why I had to restart VS Code. But here is no styling, so basic all on one line. But with styling, we get all of this. Now let's cut down to just the magic here. So this is how it is natively. They are labels, and since they have a for attribute pointing to the ID of the input radio, when you click the text, it automatically selects it native to the browser. No JavaScript needed. Now the CSS is where things get a little magic. First, we say all the inputs in our answers container, we don't want to see them. And then we say to every input that has a label sibling, we're going to give it just a little bit of styling. Light blue, color black, padding, border, just to, make something look all right. And then So this is this without it. I'm clicking on them and they are being selected, but we can't tell. So that's where this fun pseudo property called checked comes in. Give me the okay, it won't give me the documentation, but it basically says whenever that, and this works for radios and checkboxes. So whenever it's checked and using the same style as above, has a sibling of a label, do this styling here. So if we want, we can use the classic hover one. Everyone's a bit more familiar for that, where it styles accordingly. But when we use checked, that's literally when it's been selected. So we get this behavior, 0 JavaScript. Now, so yeah, I've got that code up on GitHub. If you can try and figure out how stylistically it's gone different there, Edward, and fix the one column thing. Just to reiterate, the magic is display grid on the parent container and grid template columns on the rest of them. Ah, you only had answer 4 in the div. Yeah. We need at least now JavaScript's going to be doing all this, but at least for templating purposes, we need some HTML for CSS to look at. So that would do it. And yeah, Genie, that is the plan. So because what they'll do is they'll be able to select, then there'll be a button to be like lock in their answer, and then only when they lock in their answer will it go through. I don't know. I just feel like that's a cool way to do. I could make it click and then get instant, just like take their input from there, but I don't know. We could debate on that maybe. But yeah, that is our CSS. Now we have our options, we have our question name, and that is about it for the HTML CSS. We got to bring in JavaScript. So looking at the OpenDB API, we're just going to start using it. So let's chuck in a function, fetch questions, and zoom in there. There we go. So it's making a fetch to that API. And of course, VS Code is very angry because I don't know why it was angry. Close the file and reopen it. It's hanging for a few seconds. That does not sound good. I'm sorry to hear that, Genie. Let's see. Well, it is coming up on break time anyway, so I'll go ahead and just finish this fetch, and I'll try to fix it during the break. So yeah, we'll response JSON to turn our fetch response into JSON, look at our JSON data, and we're just going to get to a console log it. Console log data. Now we get to call our fancy fetch questions function. And if we look in the console, we will see the API response containing response code of 0, a results key containing an array of all the questions. The first one being mythology. Correct answer is true. The question is, according to Norse mythology, Loki is a mother. So it's supposed to be true, and all the incorrect answers is just false. So that is what we'll eventually be putting into our HTML after the break. So I will attempt to resolve the network issues in the meantime. But yeah, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. This is going to be... I'm going to try to keep this a one-parter, therefore this will be a longer stream, because got the first third of it getting the trivia, last 2/3 getting the multiplayer. Hey Ryan, thanks for the lurk. Thanks for stopping by too. Welcome back from the break. Wow, getting hail there, Jenny. That sounds crazy. Don't really get that much in Ohio. Just mainly snow. At least we used to. Now it's all mostly melted. And yeah, Ryan, gotta sneak in them Code Wars. Let me just take a peek. Don't worry, this is not a Code Wars stream. At least it won't until I get finished. But I got here and I gotta check what Ryan's up to now. Just gotta peek at the Code Wars real quick, folks. Okay, I broke my user extension. It's on fire. Big loader. Probably the wrong one. Hey, 45 in the top 50. Looking good. Hey, that's nice, Ryan. Yeah, once you in those lower ranks, you can rank up quite a bit with just a few more problems. Yeah, congrats. Hey, Lee, how you doing? Thanks for stopping on by. What's the wow, Genie? Ryan, oh, no, it ain't no race. Don't think about it as a race. Everyone's got their own pace. And if I'd probably looked you up on the chart, you probably have a lot of what's it called? Acceleration or progress and all that. Yeah, they have been changing a lot recently. Ever since Leon mentioned the incentives, people have been like, "Oh, you mean there's more reason than just improving my skills? Oh, now I gotta do Code Wars." Yep, consistency. That's the one thing that'll get you up there. It's a marathon, not a sprint, folks. Okay, so I got questions here. Let's do something with these questions. So we have questions. We need to show them in the DOM. I'm here to be. I mean, the last code doesn't have anything new on it, so yeah, we just want to show the first question. We don't want to do anything crazy. So say then the thing. Sorry, brain is being slow today. Yeah, sticking to the same time of day, that will make the habit definitely a lot easier to build. I kind of just it's unfortunately I'm not that consistent. It's just whatever time of day I got free. Although it probably is consistent, I just don't plan it to be consistent. Yeah, precisely. You can't see how everyone's really spending their time, but yeah, like for me, like I spent a bunch of time on Code Wars and now I'm just like letting it cool off and just doing my one or two a day. So, yeah, and everyone else they probably did the opposite because they were struggling maybe more with the project, so got the projects out of the way and now they're feeling comfortable for that, might be jumping into Code Wars eventually. Hey, back and forth, Edward. That's a good strategy too. Gonna be more balanced. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sure you'll be able to pull it off. I've at least gotten the Yankee stuff now. Fun fact, everyone, with this multiplayer trivia thing, if you wanted to, you could turn your Anki decks into some kind of game. So just plan that idea for someone's 100-hour project. It shows an Anki card. Y'all got like 10 seconds to answer or put something in the box, and then after 10 seconds, it shows, and then you basically see who got it right, who got it wrong. Again, I thought of the idea like an hour before this. And I was like, you can make this for anything. This multiplayer aspect. Yes, it is. And you don't even have to like build. You can just take an existing Anki deck and just use it. So You can either make it like you upload your own Anki deck, or like there are all kinds of different ways to do that. So it'll be studying and a game. So yeah, let me start this timer up and actually get productive. Yeah, okay, so I guess that's not too unique of an idea then if you already thought of it. Yeah, because that will be, yeah, I mean, someone pull it up. I'm not gonna do it. At least I got so many other projects I want to do. So if y'all go off with it, feel free to share, hit me up on Discord or Twitter or whatever, and I'll definitely love to see how it turns out. Okay, thinking thoughts. Oh yeah, that Animal Crossing. Did you get the? It was you were streaming pretty late last night. Did you get all the media queries and all that stuff done? Yes, it sounded like. I mean, functionally, I think you were like basically complete. You were just tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it. Okay, okay. Sorry, forgot what I was doing. Let question index equals 0. So an array of questions, and the index representing the current question. I'm gonna say questions dot push data dot thing. Yeah, there are no unique ideas. Just whoever. Just it's all about what's a thing? Execution, right? It's all about the execution. I mean, yeah, you could like I at least know I Lee, like I spend a lot of time just trying to polish projects to perfection. So I never get around to publishing them until it's way too past. So yeah, I think you should go for the publish because you gotta think about like the feature you're trying to like polish off the hub one. How many users are actually going to be directly impacted by that? If it's not a lot, then I'd say you're safe to publish and then fix afterwards. Maybe not the not the best approach, but I gotta counter that the perfect being the enemy of good approach. And so we got data dot map raw question. We have a raw question. We want to turn these into good questions. So looking at these raw questions, there's a lot of stuff in here we don't want. So we just want the question text and the answers and the correct answer. Yeah, I think that's all we want. So we want to return question, which is raw question dot, and you know what? I'm gonna be nice to myself. I'm just gonna console log raw question, and this is time for debugging. So let's launch a Chrome. Yep, that's me to a T. I will continue down those rabbit holes. And I closed the wrong browser. There we go. So this is the browser I want, and I want to go to this local URL in it. So I get a live refresh, all the magic. Now I full screen. And in VS Code, we can see something. We see nothing because I'm not returning the data. Now in VS Code, we see problems because I'm not returning the fetch. Fun fact, whenever you want to use a promise, you need to return that from the function that calls it. And we have another error. Data.map is not a function. Because let's look at data. What is data? Data is it's this object with a results array. So it's data dot results dot map. And there we go. Now we can see every question that's spat out. Look at all these questions. Okay, now we can see, instead of trying to remember, because goldfish memory here, what do we actually want from this? So we want the question, which is raw question dot question. And we'll just rename this to raw. It's obvious. Now, what else do we want? We want the answers, which is an array of all the possibilities. All the possibilities being raw dot correct answer. And then we want all the incorrect answers, which is raw.incorrect answers. Now we want them to be in the same array. So we can do all kinds of cool stuff. We can say maybe raw.incorrect answers push correct answer. Or what we're going to do is create a new array with this new array, new literal array syntax, and spread the incorrect answers into this new array. Now I think that's technically... Oh, I see something there. Okay, y'all see this one? There's a space in the answer. That's annoying. So how are we going to solve that? Are there any other spaces? No. So the solution to that is we're going to basically want to get rid of this extra white space using a cool method in JavaScript called .trim. Now VS Code doesn't know what I'm doing because it's real confused, but if we can call it, now we won't be able to see it because I'm getting random questions, but we'll eventually be able to see it when we look at our questions array, which is available to us straight in the console because of global scoping. So there it is, questions, 13 of them. And if we look at the first one, we have question, who played Marshall Samuel Gerald in the... Okay, this must be a hard one. Hey, Mirror, welcome, welcome. Glad you can make it. How has your day, evening, or night been going thus far? What does trim do? So trim is a really cool function. So say you have blah, 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 all this text. Now the important part is to notice that it begins with a space. This is considered a white space character. And it ends with some spaces. Now when you call .trim on it, I'll go ahead and console log it actually to show. Well, I will fail console log it. You can see it got rid of, well, my examples are failing. Put some quotes on this. There you go. You can see it outputted the string exactly like SF, no spaces around it. But if I don't call trim, it keeps the spaces around it. So trim basically removes the trailing, or basically the suffix or the prefix, gets rid of all that white space. The MDN docs probably got a good explanation on it, better than that. Let's see. Removes white space from both ends of a string. Yeah, that's basically it. Now, white space, it's not just space. It includes, as you can see, space, tabs, weird spaces, and new line characters. So if you have a string, maybe you generated this string with a for loop, and it's got a bunch of new lines at the end, but you don't want that. Now you save it, and it will trim them all off. Well, it's supposed to trim them all. Well, this is a bad example. Let's look in the actual dev tools. Maybe VS Code just got confused. No, it's not. Oh, so why wasn't it trimming the text off? Because I didn't call trim. That's why. There you go. Now we see it's trimming it off. Hey, I'm glad you're doing good, Mirror. I'm doing good too. We basically finished our CSS. It's amazing. This is all it does at the moment. And we're just getting started on the JavaScript to use the Open Trivia Database API to get our questions. We're not getting 13, we're getting 3 because we ain't got all day, and put them in the DOM. So this is going to be a multiplayer trivia game, but we can't play a multiplayer trivia game until we can play a single player trivia game. So its first pass is going to be single player, then it'll be multiplayer, and that will be the craziness. I'm not using React. I could have went with React. It would have been maybe a bit easier, but I'm keeping it all vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Spoiler alert, I will be going to TypeScript in once I get to the multiplayer half of it, because got goldfish memory over here. I won't be able to remember it all, but it's going to be JavaScript mostly. No libraries yet. Maybe if I actually wanted to make this a real project, maybe not 100 hours, but a 50 or a 30-hour project, I'd swap it to React real quick. But now we're keeping it vanilla, so just about anyone at this point in the cohort should be able to follow along for most of it. So yeah, we made questions. Now we need to show questions. So we're pushing all of our questions to the questions array. There they are. We got 3 of them. Absolutely amazing. Now we have a question, which is just the text, and answers, which is the 4 options. And we want to display this in the DOM. So once we have our questions, then we're just going to call a magical function called render question. And it's magical because I have named it as such. Now we're going to write render question, and we'll do it right up here. Oh, and well, after I type question, hold on, I'm getting there. There you go. So function render question, and yes, I'm using global variables. No one screenshot this and send it to Leon. Gotta have a few global variables lying around here. So essentially, we're gonna update the HTML to display the questions, to display the questions in question. So what we have in HTML update? Well, we have this H1. So that's kind of the easiest one. We're gonna first query select it. Const question title equals document.query selector H1, and boom. Now this is a preferred style. I like putting all my query selectors into variables. So instead of being like, what's the query selector? I just be like, what am I looking for? I'm looking for question, and autocomplete's like, I got you, question underscore title. And I like the big, I don't know, I guess I'm somewhat hypocritical when it comes to this. I made this one full caps. I made this one not, because this one will never change, and this one will change, even though it declares a const. It's an array. It can change. That's kind of my preference. Things don't change. They get the all capital snake case. Things do change. They don't get it. So, got me my question title, and we're first going to render the question title. So we're going to say question title. We can't do any of that because we have our array of questions and we have the array of our question index. And we're going to rename this better. Current question index. And we don't really need to look at the HTML. Let's push it away. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say const question. We want to get the current question from questions using current question index. I know this is almost looking like Java with how verbose I'm being. But now we have question title. We want to say, look at the top 3 suggestions. We can literally pick anyone we want. We'll go text content equals question dot. Now VS Code don't know what I'm doing, but I remember it is question dot question. Not confusing at all. So now we have that. And who wrote and directed the 1986 film? Weird unencoded HTML thingy. Platoon. By the way, folks, do not expect me to answer these questions. Who directed that? Don't know. But we have a problem right here. I mean, it's not a problem, but it's very annoying. What is this? So these are HTML encoded entities. I do not know I cannot recite at the moment every reason they exist, but basically they allow you to transmit these special characters. So this represents a quote, by the way. That's what it represents. It allows you to transmit them safely without it breaking things. So it's basically a way to escape things. So much like how we have to use how are you doing today? So you see how I use a single quote in my string and that causes it to break. So in JavaScript, get out of the way, VS Code, I have to use a backslash to escape it. Oliver Stone, maybe, huh? You know what? I'll see if you were right. Who wrote and directed? Oh, this is great. So it might be Oliver Stone. The fact that you knew it without looking at any of the options, I'm gonna say it was probably Oliver Stone. But my data, as you can see, my data is incomplete. I can't tell who the right answer was. So yeah, I'm just gonna check 1996 Platoon. I don't know. Because now I'm curious. But that was a good one. Who wrote and directed? Director. Oliver Stone. Hey, there you are. Okay. I can see who's gonna be winning most of these then. So yeah, that was both a good answer and a good test. My data is missing. I can't tell which one's the correct. So first let me finish my HTML entity explanation. HTML entities is a way to escape things, like we have to use the backslash to escape a single quote and a single quoted string. Yes, you do, Genie. You get a cookie. I will. You do. And I'm not implementing a scoreboard in this multiplayer game because we ain't got the time for that, but it's in the mind. You got one. So yeah, in JavaScript we use backslash to escape stuff. In HTML, they use this format to escape stuff, ampersand. Then there's a code for that particular character. And what we're going to do to fix this is we're not going to do anything. We're going to tell the browser to do stuff. So instead of using text content, we're going to use inner HTML. Now, this is awkward because we need to find a question with forbidden character. There we go. So you see, it's not. So if I look at questions now, I'm going to look at the first question. We see we got those weird characters, except these ones are named. Ampersand, quote, colon, or semicolon. But now, when you say inner HTML, the browser's like, okay, so you're just giving me HTML. And when you give HTML a HTML encoded entity, which is an HTML encoded character, it's basically this, it'll read it and turn it into what it actually means. So that's our way of doing this. Technically, might be unsafe if anyone hacks the API and puts their own code in here, but last I checked, this was not Netflix or anything or Amazon. We're fine. So yeah, with that fixed, I gotta go fix my data. Thank you for pointing it out, Genie. Or thank you for leading to the point out. I don't know what the correct answer is, so correct answer equals basically a raw correct answer trim. Now, this code, I don't know about you, it's looking awfully spaghetti at the moment. So let's clean this up a little bit. Const correct answer. I do not want snake case. And then the duplication I'm talking about is these two right here. See, they're both literally the same code, just being duplicated twice. So we're going to fix this by saying correct answer. And then we will just assign it to that, and bada boom, bada bing. Fun fact, if you don't know why this is working, this is the shorthand method, shorthand property, it's called something, it's shorthand, property name syntax, shorthand property name syntax. Basically, it allows you, if you have a variable of this name, you can basically give it that key and whatever the value of that variable is, just by putting it in here once, no colon needed. So this is equivalent to saying this. Perfectly equivalent, just a nice shorthand syntax when you have all the things. Now, with that data looking good, we can cheat. So, who is the front man of the band 30 Seconds to Mars? I don't want to be good. I want to look at the answer. Jared Leto, apparently. So, we can now cheat and just be like, hey, look at this. But we'll try to make it, we'll spend like 1 or 2 minutes implementing a little bit of anti-cheat. But if you're opening the console, you're going to be able to figure that out. And that's not exclusive to this game. It's exclusive to any basically browser-based multiplayer game or browser-based game in general. Put in enough effort, you can pull it out of JavaScript, just like how you can pull your answer out of Wordle. If you go to Wordle, you don't even need to, like, they put it in local source, so that's extra easy. But yeah, we have this text here, and in the last 6 minutes, I want us to actually generate the questions. So, we have the question title. Now, looking at this beautiful, just immaculate HTML, we're going to dynamically generate all of this. So we can do this 2 different ways. I'm gonna do it. I don't know, I'll probably just do it the easiest way. Yeah, I am going to do it the easiest way. I was just like, I'll do it right. No, I'll do it wrong. Baddie's writing bad code. So I need to get the answers container. So another query selector. Answers container equals document.query selector has an ID, so Octothorpe. Answers container. I'm adding semicolons. You don't have to. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say answers container equal inner HTML equals empty string. This is a classic approach to literally get rid of anything inside of it. Set to an empty string. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to be real baddies. We're going to say for const answer of question dot answers. VS Code doesn't know what I'm doing because I haven't told it. But now if we look at, first we're just going to console log answer. I like console logging stuff. Console log answer. There we go. We have create, watch, oh god, I have to pronounce these. Okay. Everyone close your ears. Crete, Sardinia, Sicily, and Cyprus. Hey, I got that last one right. So, Talos, the mythical giant bronze man, protector of which island? I don't know. But we have the answers, and now we're going to generate this HTML. We're going to do so textually. So, answers container, enter HTML plus equal template literal. Huh? Okay, I'll look. I will look. Okay, you're right again. Another one. Man, you're gonna keep ahead. No one's gonna be able to catch up to you. So we're going to, first we're gonna go with the old loop. Let I equal 0, I less than questions dot answers dot length I plus plus. I'm doing this because we need access to I to count our stuff. So, see, answers, we need this to be I, and we need this to be I. And this is very bad code, but you'll be surprised how many websites just do this for their HTML. So now we're going to put in here the current answer, which is questions dot answers indexed I, and this becomes an I. So we're just writing a little dynamic HTML the bad way. And this doesn't work, of course, because cannot read properties of undefined regarding length. So this is classic error. This basically means you called dot length on something, but that something was undefined. So it tells us line 12. So question dot answer. I can already see it. Questions. It is singular, not plural. Cannot read properties of undefined regarding 0. So I'm reading the 0th index of something that is undefined. The exact same error as before. And there we go. Look at this. So who's the lead singer of the British rock band Coldplay? We got these answers, and we can click them, and we can cheat, and it's Chris Martin. But yeah, so this is basically our rendering complete. Now, it was mentioned that perhaps we make these, like we make the click and then that's your submission when you click it. I think that's what I'm going to do. So I was thinking like having a button that had, you have like final answer or lock in. But I'm just going to make it so when you click one of these, it will automatically select you anyway. Which does mean that my whole input and radio thing was unneeded, but that's okay. Now we're going to spend the last minute just getting it to console log when we do correctly select it. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to wrap this in a form. Because when form things change, they emit an event. So now we're not going to put this in a variable yet. We're going to fix this. Add event listener change, and then it's event, because that's how you spell event. And we want to get the current target of, we want to get the target of the event. So console log event target, that is what changed or who caused the change, dot value. So if we now look, oh, this is a real tough question, folks. The name of the main character of Zelda is not Zelda, it's Link. We click false, we get 0. Now, 0 isn't very informative, but if we remember our data structure, this is the index in the array. So if we do questions, it's saying the answer is false. So, false is the correct answer. I can get that one. Yeah, so this is technically a playable game, for one question at least. we're gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna shove a little bit more in here so we have something on the commit. We'll make it so we'll check if it's the correct one. So if question, so first we're gonna do copy our code like this. So we're gonna get the question, we'll check if event.target.value. So this is the index, but it's a string. So we use the unary plus operator to convert it to a number. So now we have a number. So now we're going to check if the question dot answers at this index, like the one I'm choosing, equals question dot correct answer. Then we're going to alert you are right. Else alert you are wrong. I know, amazing messages, but this should be enough. So, in past times, what would a gentleman keep in his fob pocket? I don't see stopwatch on here. I don't know what a fob pocket is. So it's not money, apparently. Was there a notebook? It wasn't a notebook. It was a watch. Oh, I said stopwatch. I didn't think watch. But hey, this is now fully functional. The name of Roxas's Keyblades and Kingdoms of Heart are Oathkeeper and Oblivion. Oof. I know there's some real Kingdom Hearts fans in the Discord. Unfortunately, I did not get this deep into the lore. It sounds alright, though. I will... Yeah, since that is break, I'll try to give it my best. It sounds right. Yeah, it was true after all. Okay. So with that, I will push this code to GitHub, and we will take our break. We have trivia working. When in doubt, choose C. There was no C option, though, Prankster. I tried. There was no C. I guess C rolls back around to 0, because 1, 2, 3 rolls around, so yeah. But yeah, I know that strategy. Yeah, so this is the code we've changed. We just added all the JavaScript, and then in HTML, we changed a thing to a form. That's all we did. So what we want to do, add implement make game playable. That's a good commit message. And now git, and not the debug console, because those don't take commands, git push. And there we go. Oh, sorry, I kind of just went ahead and just did it myself. But if you were doing this normally, you do git status, and you would do git add dot to add all the things. Then it would have been git commit -m message name, and then git push, which I did remember to do in the console for you folks. But yeah, that is our break. I will drop the GitHub link in chat. You're following along or just want to see that or just want to play it yourself. It's like, here, I'm just going to play the game. So it is technically playable for one question. And with that, that is our break. Sure to stretch, relax, hydrate. Like I said, I plan on making this a one-parter. Therefore, this will be a longer stream. So brace yourself, folks. Hey, I'm glad it's fun, Prankstar. Yeah, the what's next is going to be making it work for all the questions. So, spoiler alert, we're fetching multiple questions. It's going to be making it work for multiple questions. And at the very end, we're at the very end of this next section, so like after we get it working for multiple questions, we will show all the questions, all the correct answers, and all the incorrect answers, and like the points tally kind of I don't know. We'll do a simplified version because I do want to get to multiplayer at some point this stream. And we have 30 more seconds for our break, folks. Make your way back. Make your way back. Hey, wow, I'm glad to hear it, Prankstar. And yeah, I do like this is kind of that you're kind of, I guess, like the why I can do these projects live from scratch, because it can be a little bit confusing when someone says, I'm about to make this cool thing, and then you tune on minute one or you scroll back in the VOD and they got 15 files. Like, that's not from scratch. How did you do that? Where I missed everything. It's like, oh no, I used a template here, here, and here. And it's like, okay, but like, from scratch, and just seeing the whole process from beginning to failure to 15 different typos later. Eventually, eventually you can see the whole process, and not the polished, like I like preparing stuff, and like I have technically prepared a little bit on this. Like I played around with I played around with Pure.js to make sure it wasn't hot garbage. It's not hot garbage. That's why I know I can make the thing with it. And I made sure I made sure this thing was good. This thing was good. So I did do a little technically preparation on this, but for the most of it, I kind of like it does take longer, unfortunately. That's the downside, but I like showing the entire process. Failures, decisions, refactors, all that included. Okay, so what the plan is if you weren't here during the secret message, basically, we're going to make this thing support multiple questions. So the API is fetching 3 questions. We want to be able to go through all 3 questions. And at the end, we're going to show all the ones you got right and all the ones you got wrong. But before that, this is completely functional. But if you wanted to open this in your own browser, you would have to click this green button, clone the repository, run the command, do all the other fun stuff, and then start up a live server or open it in your browser. That's a lot of things just to play around with the game. So I'm going to add, now you can do Netlify drop or whichever thing you want, but we're on GitHub. And there's this feature that GitHub has called GitHub Pages. So you go to the settings of your repository. No, you don't have to do this, but to do it on any repository, you go to Pages, then you click on which branch you want to be published as a static page. I only have one. Usually you have 2 or maybe a separate one. And it will take that content you have and publish it as a website at this URL, which I will drop in chat once it works, because right now we gotta wait. Like GitHub, see this yellow dot? This is an in progress indicator. So you click it and it's like some checks haven't completed yet. And this is a lot of details that you don't really need to know, but if you're curious, it's polling this thingy. It'll then check out your code. It's jumping around. It's gonna do a build with Jekyll. It's gonna upload some artifacts. I'm just speaking gibberish, I know, but it's doing the cool stuff. And then it's reporting the build status, apparently. Cool stuff. And then eventually it will deploy it. So this is the magic step that actually makes it live. And it's done. So all green check marks there. And when you come to your page, you'll see a nice little green check mark both here. So like at the latest commit, little green check mark here, and up by the repository name. That means it's done. Yeah, Edward. And Prankster, I do like seeing it from scratch. At least from like, I kind of misspoke earlier. At least from a blank project folder. Like I'm cool with templates and I will use templates when I get there. But I like starting with an empty folder and then download the template into the empty folder so I don't like miss half the stuff, because I've watched those tutorials and stuff where it's like, okay, so once you get this template started, then we're going to start the project. And it's like, you skipped that part. I can't get that part working. That's the one part I needed to see. So yeah, GitHub Pages, it's green, all that stuff. Now that little link I said I wasn't going to share, if we go back to it, it's now working. So, well, okay, it's working after you wait for the API to load. So, standard same frame rate for animation. What year was this question written? That kind of depends. I know it ain't 12. 24 was like old movie stuff. I'd say 30. No, it's 60? Oh, it's 24. When was this question written? Is that the standard frame rate for animation? I don't know. So yeah, here's the thing about APIs and data. Trust it as far as you'd like to. There is the URL, which you can find eventually on the GitHub, but there it is. You want to play with it yourself directly and fail at this one question. You gotta refresh right now, but refreshing. Yeah, it's a little bit of stream delay, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I kind of thought modern was 30, maybe 60 super modern. Definitely knew it wasn't 12, but I knew like 24 was like old TVs and movies like PAL, NTSC, or whatever that's called. Didn't know it was modern standard. But yeah, there it do be. Feel free to play around if you want. Otherwise, we're going to get into rendering multiple questions. So once we answer, they're going to be either right or wrong. We're going to say const results equals here. So this is just going to return if they were right or wrong. And we're not choosing results, we're choosing answers. So these are the answers the user gave. So this answer right here, const answer index. So these aren't answers. I changed my mind. These are answer indexes. There we go. So the answer index is event target value converted to a number. So not only does this make our code more readable, more dry, but now we can say answer index is dot push answer index. So we're keeping track of the indexes of all the answers of all the questions. Now, we still need to do this, check if it's right. If it's right, alert. If it's wrong, alert. We're not going to do any extra logic based on that. But now, I'm going to remind myself to start the Pomodoro timer. And then I will go to the next question. So we're going to say current question index plus plus. And then we're going to call render, well, it depends what we want to do. So we're going to put the logic in here. I think this is a good place to put it. So the logic I'm talking about is if we're out of questions, then show the game over screen. If we're not out of questions, render the next question. So if current question index greater than or equal to questions.length. So basically, if the index is out of the array. An example giving 0, 1, 2. If the index is 3, then 3 is greater than or equal to the length of this, which is also 3. So this will tell us we're out of questions. So if so, we're just going to alert you out of questions. Because we could write the logic, but we don't know if this works yet. Else, render question. So just render whatever the next question is. And this, if I open the right browser, should work. Overwatch, it's high noon. McCree, yeah. Okay, look, second question. Japanese Famicom game that uses a sound clip explosion in the cartridge. Wow, I don't know that. Yeah, nope. I knew exactly what that was. You all didn't hear him say that. FME 7 in the Flesh was used in support of what Pink Floyd album? I know songs. The Final Cut. Apparently not. Out of questions. And there we go. So that's, we got going through all the questions already. I mean, that's enough for a commit, I would say. I won't use VS Code. My bad. I almost went there, so it's such a habit. So let's use the command line interface way, build those habits up. So get status. We got one modified file. Get add JS. Get status. It has been committed, or it's staged to be committed. Get commit -m message is cycle through questions. There we go. We have committed it, and we're gonna go ahead and push it in case you wanted to mess with it or not. The website will update in about 2 or 3 minutes. Takes time. But yeah, this logic is now working. Now it's ain't not the best experience, because what's happening is, like, we're not seeing the answers at the end. So the experience is okay. We want to add more logic. The end screen. So looking here, we have options, we have question, and then we need to have another one. So this is another section. This is going to be H1. What we want to say. So in multiplayer, we're going to say who won, or if they tie, the names of the people who tied. Because I don't know if I mentioned this, but when I say multiplayer, I don't mean 2-player. I mean as many people as you can convince to join your game, you can have in this game. So once we get there, it's going to be more than 2 players. So for now, we're just going to say just a message. What do I want to call this? ID equals, the ID of this is result. Now we're going to give this section an ID too. Game over. I'm going to give this form an ID. ID of question. Well, we want to do this. Current. Picking names. This is tough. Gameplay. There we go. That's a great name. We're going to give this section an ID of options. I think these are great names, folks. So yeah, we have that name, result, and now we're going to have an unordered list. Now, I'm going to write the HTML first, then the CSS, then the JavaScript. If you can't tell, this is the order I like doing things. You don't have to, but I like you doing it this way. So what we're going to do is we're going to have another field set, and I know no one call Leon for me using these HTML elements out of their semantic need. but I like the little cute border it adds. So we have question, and then we are going to replicate this logic down here. So we're going to have to update some CSS in a moment, but what do we want to call this? Well, we can change it to a class answers container. Yeah, so that's the update. We are no longer using IDs, we're using class of answers container. So we go to all of our answers container using the multi-cursor magic of Control D, and we change it from the octothorpe to the period. So now it's targeting the class of answers container. If you hover over it, you can see class equals answers container, cool VS Code features. Now, if we look, we should see some cool looking output. There it is. So we got question, and of course I still have JavaScript going all wild up here. But we can see we have one thing here. Now we're just going to add another one just to see how it looks. It doesn't look too bad. Now we got these little dots over here. This is from, if anyone's worked with HTML before, you will recognize this as the unordered list marker. We don't really want that marker, so we're going to use some more CSS. And we ain't going to be too fancy. We're just going to say, hey, all you unordered list, you now have a list style of none. And that works because we have one unordered list and we don't have any others that we want to have the style. Now looking at this is essentially how it's going to be for every question. It's going to be in this format, be in this style. Now we're going to do some extra things that'll like highlight the correct answer, but we ain't there yet. We'll be though, but we ain't there yet. So this is some good HTML templating. We're going to get rid of the template, or at least the duplication of it, and just keep this here for memory, because Goldfish me won't remember what this is supposed to be by the time I get to writing in JavaScript. So we keep this here, and we begin the JavaScript. So this is going to happen when we're out of questions. So we're going to put this in another function. I do love my functions, if you couldn't tell. Render game over screen. Render out. We don't need to call it a screen. These are all implicitly different screens. So what we'll do when we call render game over is we will populate it dynamically with all the questions, and we will mark in a special way which ones are wrong, and we'll have to mark what the user selected. Well, I said that wrong. We'll mark which ones are right, and then mark the ones user selected. But we can't do none of that till we write this cool function. So we'll put it right down here. Render game over. There we go. Now we want to go through, and first we're going to do kind of what we did for rendering questions. We're going to query select our game over screen. Let's see. So const game over equals document.query selector octothorpe to get the element with an ID of game -over. Now that we have it, we want to do things to it. Sorry, streamer brain's kicking in. We want to, yeah, we're also going to want to go grab the UL. So that's things I'm going to do in here. So const UL equals game over query selector UL, and then UL.text, and our HTML equals empty string to clear all that stuff out. Hey, in class losers, I think that's your name. Please correct me if that's it seems like that it is. Hey, how are you doing this day, evening, or night? If you're curious what's going on, building myself a trivia game that's eventually going to be multiplayer. Hey, glad I got it correct in class losers. Hey, it's going great. Making pretty good progress on this little game here. No hiccups yet. Everything is on par for the course. If you want to see it, oh, wrong thingy thing. If you want to play with the last, oh, I don't know. I don't have any of my links. All the links. it is online if you want to play one question of it if you're bored. And there's the link and the code if you want to see what we've gotten made so far. You can answer one question at the moment on that live version, but hey, you can answer it rightly. We are using the OpenTDB, which stands for Open Trivia Database API, somewhere around here. There it is, OpenTDBAPI.com. And yeah, I think those are all the relevant things we've gotten to. Eventually, I'm going to make this multiplayer, not two-player, multiplayer. So that way, and it's going to use front-end only technologies thanks to WebRTC, but really in thanks to Pure.js. But we need to make a single-player game before we can make a multiplayer game. So let's, let me refix my tabs. Yeah, let's get into back to the code. Right now we are rendering the game over screen, which will show all of the questions. So right here, like this is the current question, but when you're game over, we're going to see every question, and it's going to show what the correct answer actually was. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit interesting, and that's, I mean, I guess it can be hard looking at the whole project. That's why I'm starting off just single player, open trivia, multi game and all that. So we start off easy with this game here, and then we'll advance to the difficult thing. And yeah, I will admit the multiplayer approach I'm going with is probably the more difficult multiplayer approaches, like of using this library. But the great thing is that anyone who follows along and gets just like 10% understanding, or maybe 20%, y'all can just build your own things like multiplayer rock paper scissors, just like build your own chat applications. So it's pretty cool library. Yeah. Have you do you have much experience with programming or coding in general in class losers? Okay, yeah, so I have the UL. Supposed to do stuff with it. So we're gonna copy my logic from my looping over here. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. So all of this won't seem completely foreign to you, hopefully. So now we're gonna get the current question from our, but we're not gonna do that. I lied. We're gonna need to loop through all the questions. So for const question, we're also gonna need the index. We're gonna use the old loop for let q equals 0, q less than questions.length, q plus plus. As you can tell, I like if when I'm using my single length variable names, I try to make them somewhat relevant. So now that we have this, we're going to iterate through all the answers. So a is less than question.answers.length, const and question equals questions q. There we go. Yeah, it's a pretty good base to know. HTML, CSS, a little bit of JS, a little bit of C#, and Python. Yeah, I know myself a bit of Python too. A lot more JS now though. That I know just about the same as both, but I'm using a lot more JavaScript recently, so slowly I'm going to forget all of my Python knowledge. And I know how to say hello world in C#. It's about it for that one. Yeah, so let's see. We have our question, and this is why I left my HTML here, because Goldfish Brain would not remember how to make this. So let's start by writing the bad code. So let HTML equal template string, list item, field set, legend. Let's drop our template magic in there. Question, that question. I love my variable names. They are amazing. And now we're gonna do, I know everyone out there who knows the proper way of doing this is create element. I know that proper way too, but we don't need to do anything extra. And then at the end of this, we'll say HTML plus equal all of our closing tabs, because we're baddies writing bad code. Look how bad this code is. impressively bad almost. Yeah, it can be a little crazy, but let's just explain this HTML. It's basically, so it's just a list of these things. So that's the important part. Now we have a field set because I'm lazy and I like the cool border it gives us. Then we have the legend. So when I talk about the border, let's zoom. You see how it gives us this border and it puts the text in the border and it stops the border. It's so cool. Field sets do this. This is the legend element. So I am breaking all the rules. I'm using it non-semantically because I like its style. So that's why that exists. Then answers container. This is the container that contains the input and label pairs for the selected answers, which are radios with labels attached to them, styled like this. Well, JavaScript's being angry right now. I do have to fix that eventually. Yeah, why is that? Yeah, wait, why is JavaScript being angry when I click on this one? I click on that one. Oh, because I gave them all the same name, right? It's okay. I remember my brain. This is actually very good. I would have had that error in production. So, Q answer. Well, it's Q hyphen and then the Q number, then answer. So that's good. So that should fix the demonstration there. No, it doesn't. Why has it failed me? I changed the name. Ooh, the IDs are all different. So Q hyphen again. Thank you. Good thing that I'm trying to demonstrate this because lots of things are wrong with it apparently. There we go. Now you can click these. So the CSS is essentially hiding the input and making the label change color based on if the input is colored. It's a little fancy CSS, but it's not groundbreaking. It's taking the answers container and it's saying if the input is checked, then style the sibling label this way. So it's checked when it's clicked. When it's not checked, it's these old styles. So that's the most advanced CSS we've got so far. And now for the HTML. So this was good that I found this out. Q hyphen, double hyphen. Because one of them's going to be the index of the Q. Not double Q, single Q. Then the name can't be answer, has to be Q hyphen. Yeah, very, very great HTML. Don't want to hear anything about how great this HTML is not. I know it's very bad. But I think this HTML once generated, so ul dot enter HTML plus equal current HTML. And we're gonna find out, won't we? Did I break some JavaScript? I did. Line 57. Why are you angry? Cannot set null. So answers container became null because that's right. I had it as an ID and now it's not. So I want to do gameplay and then answers container for the primary one. So ID gameplay, then any descendant that has a class of answers container, which is only one. There we go. Okay, that is back to working. Now if we click on it, we have to click through these, then click through this, because there we go. I is not defined. That's okay. Line 38. Forgot to rename all my little I variables. I named them A because I was trying to be all relevant. That's okay. So let's click. I is not defined. Line 36. And I missed one. Click. Okay, this is a lot of good progress. Once we go through the questions, they're all shown down here. Now we can't tell which one is correct and all that, but we can see they're all down here. This is one step closer to actually making the end screen working. And the next step is that we want to select the one the user selected. So I selected the top right on all three. So this is the way it should become. Now we can do this with our answers indexes. These are the indexes of all the answers we chose. This is for every question. So this is the logic. right here. I put a template there, but I won't make it. Const. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to inject the checked HTML attribute into this HTML. So check, and this will be if answer indexes for this question equals A. So if this is what I answered, then I use the string checked. Watch me typo it 5 times. If it's not what I entered, I use an empty string. Again, very bad HTML JavaScript interactions, but if I click, and then I click, and then I click, would you look at that? They're all selected exactly as I clicked them. Now I can change them, but that's very easy to do. I can just chuck the disabled property on these. There you go, you can't change them, and that is working. Yeah, the API I'm using to generate questions is actually the Open Trivia DB API. So I'll jump it in chat, and I'll actually jump to it myself in my other browser. Yeah, it's a pretty cool place. It has a bunch of questions on it, and you can ask it for how many questions, which category, which difficulty, the kind, multiple choice, true or false, and that's about it. It also has this built-in API URL generator, which is pretty cool. Like if you just want to see like, well, what's it mean when I choose celebrities multiple choice? Ta-da! And the response, I'll show you the response. You make this request in your browser, and it gives you back JSON. It gives you back this text here actually, but when you format it with however you want to format it, gives you back all this. So it gives you an array of results, and each one is this shape of object: category, type, difficulty, the question, which is the text with HTML encoded entities, so handle that as you see fit, the correct answers, and the array of incorrect answers. Now I personally have transformed this just a little bit because at least right now I don't care about difficulty or the type or the category. So I just got the question, the answers, and the correct answer. That's what I transformed it to. But yeah, it's a pretty good API. There's another one out there called the Jeopardy API, the J service. If you're part of 100 devs, then you've probably heard of Mayan Wolf. They did this API. This is literally every Jeopardy question in existence. I chose not to go for this one because it was already done. Figured people might want to see something else. And while this is good, it's more of an informational, so I have to do a little bit more processing, and there's no multiple choice or true or false. So they would have to like if they enter Lynn Swan and they forget the N, technically it's incorrect, but by the spirit of the game it would be correct. So what I would have to, what they did, you can watch Mayan Wolf, they did their stream on it where they went through it and they basically made a kind of guesstimate or judge thing where it would alert saying what it thought your answer was, correct or incorrect, and then you could challenge it based on literally choosing okay or not. So that was their solution, which was a great solution, but I couldn't think of any like better solution for it. So I was like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't really want to do something everyone's probably seen. So Open Trivia API is where I went. And yeah, this is now working. I know technically the timer is over. I see the timer. I see it being over. But I want to do a little more here. So I want to highlight this correct one. So the way I'm going to do this is with some more bad HTML. So we're going to give these a class. So first we're just going to manually give one a class. So we're going to say label.correct answer. So the correct answers are going to be green. Hope you all enjoy my color selections. That's just the best you're gonna get. So whenever the label has a class of correct answer, it do be green. So now we're just gonna, this is why I like writing my HTML first. Going to give one a class of Yeah, I'm bad. I've been pretty good at this stream. I know I mentioned that last time I was or last night rather how bad I am, but it's just a little bit more though. Okay, I'm not bad at it. I'm just delaying it. But yeah, I know I'm bad at it. But when you're so close to like a solution or a thing, it's just like a tip of your tongue, you know. So yeah, let me find my browser. So this isn't working because I said checked correct answer. Delay it for hours. Okay, I'm not that bad. Usually I only forget it for one whole session. So I'm like, okay, it's break time. Oh, I never even started it. But yeah, we have our correct answer there. So this is what we're gonna do to our in our JavaScript. We're gonna make the correct one green because I am very creative and I pick unique colors. So good question, Edward. It's the Pomodoro timer. It's supposed to keep track of our breaks, and it's only been like 2 minutes past. Yeah, so you don't overwork yourself. You have to take breaks both healthily, you're supposed to, be healthy and stream breaks stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, okay, I'll take the break. I'll do it. So we'll take a break, and after we will style this and push within like the first 5 minutes of the next break. So it'll highlight the clicked answer, the correct answer, and if you click the correct answer, it'll get a cool color on it. So let's take that break we've been delaying. That was the thing not doing. There we go. And I'm actually going to, since it's not we, I'm the one who pushed it past. We're going to add another minute to this. Thinking thoughts. What is it? 360. There we go. One more minute to that. So we get a 6 minute break just to reward us. So yeah, I'll catch you at the end of it where we will finish this, push it to GitHub, and make it so you can play multiple questions. Yeah, prankster, I got that bad habit too. I'm trying to break it. We'll all try to break it together, right? And we're starting to make our way back. Ah, 45 and 10. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of like I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm not as productive. Maybe I just don't do it enough with the 25-5. But yeah, usually I just go like an hour or something, and then it's like one like 10-minute break. But yeah. Whoa, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Edward. How? What? So that's okay. I thought I was doing like I'm doing a lot of Code Wars. Nope, Edward. I relinquish the crown to you. That's a lot of Code Wars. That's one metric, Genie, I guess, right? I mean, as long as there's some form of metric, but yeah, that's I don't know what Leon would say about that. Yeah. For me, it's on my back really like starts getting sore. It's like, okay, I haven't moved enough. Time to at least move. Hmm. There are Pomodoro apps that you can't edit the time of. Like I don't really use any Pomodoro apps. I just kind of do it myself, but kind of feels like a basic feature, no? Hold on. I have to do math now. Hold up. Hold on. Sorry, I have to do math because I have to set the timer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes, yeah, man. As long as it's a break, like for me, it doesn't have to like necessarily be a break where I just stare at the wall. It just has to be a break from whatever the work is. So yeah, if the work is doing some project, then Code Wars is a break, or it's at least taking up a part of the break. Yeah, I mean, what I'm doing here is just literally just a little bit of CSS and just I like as you see with my timer, I have to enter the number of seconds because I was too lazy to add the thing. So I think I'll just enter what is it, 2,000? How many seconds is that? 33 minutes. Let's go 2300. 38. Yeah, we'll do a 38-minute timer this time. Hmm. I mean, yeah, I know it's the traditional Pomodoro, but I'd assume that'd be like, sure, here's the default number, but edit it as you please. Yes, I don't know. I guess I'm not really a designer in that way of like restricting that feature. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually get in this feature working. Closing my rings. I'm out of the loop on that. Ring doorbell? I know those are rings. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's probably the default because like maybe they didn't want to put in the extra time and it's just like who needs the extra time and all that. They figure it's like for a small percentage of users, why should I X or put in the extra effort to get that feature? It's probably what they're thinking. That's not my thought process, but that's what they're probably thinking. See, we want to give this a class if it's correct. Three. Yeah, so like three. They subdivide your break into three mini things. Okay, that's neat. Oh, that's pretty neat. So let's see if a equals question dot correct answer. Let's get the answer. So if boy, this is getting some real spaghetti code here, folks. So if question answers A equals correct answer, else class equals correct answer, else empty string. Okay, we're about to see how this goes. False, false, 98. There we go. Wow, statistically impressive. I chose all the wrong answers. This makes quite the visualization here. Upside down Christmas tree. So yeah, we have that working. But now, watch see if I can actually do it. Peru, Lambda, Johnny Cash. Okay, maybe I need to actually read these. Is it an irrational fear of long words? Wow, that is quite the name. The correct answer is true, so I'll choose that, then I'll choose random stuff. And there we go. So I've selected one of them true, but I can't, like, I can suss out that was my correct answer, but I can't see it because it's just green. So it's time for more CSS. So remember how we're doing it before? We're saying inputs not visible at all, inputs with labels beside them, style. When it's checked, do the dark blue, and then when it's labeled, do the green. So we're just gonna do a fusion when it is correct and checked. Well, it's correct. Yeah, I said it right. I just said it backward. Once checked and correct, we're gonna go with another color. So what's green? RGB 0128, RGB 00139. So I'm just gonna go in the middle. Or I'll do both. So 130, 30. I can do math. Hold on. 138.7. Oh, I can't 0.7 it. Okay. There we go. So when you are correct so when you and it are both on the same answer, you get dark aqua, dark teal. I don't know. Oh, they gamified it, huh, Prankstar? Yeah. They took the code word strategy. It's like, we'll make you do this. Just make it a game. Okay, so this is working very good, but we have a thing going on. This is the end of the game, but we still have this question up here. We don't want to see this anymore. So what we're going to implement is essentially the screens or the pages functionality. Now, since this isn't really the point, like, we're not building a pages app, I'm just going to do this an easy and cheap way. So I'll go through the HTML first, and then we'll describe what's up. So we have all these sections, and you notice they're all top level. They're top level on a purpose, for a purpose, so that they're hidden when they're hidden, and they're going to be shown when they should be shown. So first we're going to have options, and this is going to be our first one. So this is kind of our start game. I'm going to rename it to that. And these other ones are going to be hidden with a class of hidden. Now, Leon has talked about this. This is classic pattern. Giving it a class of hidden will make it so we won't see it. Now, hidden doesn't actually do anything. It's just kind of a common standard. So we go way down here and we say hidden display none. So now anything of class of hidden is hidden. Ta-da! We don't see stuff, but we do see some stuff. What happened? Gameplay should be hidden. Okay, let's do some inspecting. Not mobile inspecting. Start game. Oh yeah, so I have two H1s lying around here, and I haven't given them any unique property. So gameplay H1 needs to be the one I modify with JavaScript. So question title is gameplay H1, so it is in the gameplay element a child of it. That's right. So now we have options. I'm getting that weird thing where that doesn't look like a word to me, but it's a word, I'm pretty sure. So now we're just gonna start button out here, because now we can't play the game anymore. Button start. Very amazing. Now what we're gonna do is when that button is clicked, turn these into modals. Yeah, I could turn these into modals. Trying to think of how I could do that. I know how to do it. I'm just thinking, because like the thing about modals is that like it's on top of the existing content, and I'm never gonna have more than one of these visible at once, except maybe the last one. So yeah, I'll turn it into a bit of a modal. But for now, so we'll turn it into a modal genie, but we'll start off just by hiding all the other ones and displaying the main ones. So yeah, so right now there's going to be exclusive. It's kind of going to be more like tabs. So I'm just going to the example I know that works. So this is the behavior I'm going for, except you don't get to click between them. The functionality will go between them. So this is the first page, the starting page, the gameplay page, and the end page. It's this minus this navbar functionality. I know that's I knew of the term semantic satiation. I just never actually remember what it's called. But yeah, I have looked it up before. I'm like, oh, that's right. But every time I think of it or I'm having it, I'm like, what was that called again? Yeah, semantic satiation, something like that. Yeah. And yeah, X Meechix was building a timer. Oh, that's cool. Are they I never heard of them. Are they also part of 100 devs? Yeah, I kind of just built my own timer overlay. I was like, I don't know, it sounds like a lot of effort to go find 10 apps and vet them all. I was like, I'm making my own. But yeah, probably if I wanted all them cool features like rings and different subsections, probably gotta go. Not worth making my own at that point. Yeah, so sorry. The code. We're making the code shine. So let's get the start button. Alright, so that is start game button. So we'll just go straight into that. Document, query, selector, start game button. Oh, button. There we go. Add event listener, and this is a click event listener. What we're going to do here is we're going to tell it to show. We want to do two things. We want to show screen. I'm going to call these screens. No, we're going to say show. No, we're going to call it show screen. As you can tell, I'm great at naming things. And the screen name we are showing is gameplay. Yep, so that's a function we'll write that'll do this logic. And then we need to do the actual fetching of the questions and all this fun stuff. So this logic that was on page load, it's now going to be when the game starts. So it will fetch, so we'll do this before. So we'll fetch the questions and then do all this stuff. And then before we render the question, we will show the screen. Perfect. Great. So now show screen doesn't exist though, so that's an error I can already see in the console. Don't have to look. Show screen showing. So this is the screen we're showing, and what we're going to do is essentially add hidden class to all the ones that aren't this and remove it from the one that is. So there's a pretty cool method called toggle on a class list, and that's what we're going to use. Now, since these are all top level, we're going to get all the children of main, and that's what we'll iterate over. So let's get main const main equals document query selector main, except it's not ID of main, it's tag of main, so no octothorpe. We're going to say for const child of main dot children. We're going to say if child dot. Nope, we're not using the if. I said we were going to use toggle logic, and we are. Let's do child. Once I finish typing it, class list. Oh wait, VS Code is on it this time. So we're going to use toggle. So right here is the so first we're going to give it a token. That is literally the name of the class we're toggling. It's going to be hidden. The second one is the force boolean. So if you don't force it, it goes to whatever its opposite state is. So if it is on there, so the element has hidden, and you just run toggle, it'll remove hidden. If it doesn't have hidden and you run toggle, it'll add hidden. But when you say force, it's basically going to say if no matter if it does or doesn't have hidden, make sure it blank has hidden. So if you're saying true, it's going to make sure it has hidden, even if it already does. Or if it doesn't, it's going to have hidden. But if it doesn't have hidden, then it'll add it. And that's what force is going to do. Now, the way we're going to use it is we're going to say we want them to be hidden if the ID is not equal to the one showing. So child.id not equal, not tilde. I don't know what tilde does. It ain't for now. If it's not showing. And that should be it. So we click start. And it works. First try. Let's do that again. Let me open DevTools so we can look at stuff. Elements tab. Okay, this is awkward, but okay, all we can really see is this one doesn't have the class, these two have the class. So I click start, boom, this one got hidden, this one had hidden removed. And that is our show screen function, and that's what we're going to be using for most of these. At the end, our game over, it won't be a screen, so we'll have to go through these questions. So yeah, we went through the questions, but we can't actually see the answers because we haven't switched screen. So let's go to that logic where we're switching, basically we're generating all this game over. And yeah, maybe I'm putting these in the wrong places. Maybe they should be inside the functions in question, but this is where they live for now. So now we're starting and we're going through all the questions. This is the last one. Awkward. So fun fact, I told it to show the gameplay screen, and it showed the gameplay screen. A computer will do what you tell it to do. I need to show the game over screen. Sorry, my brain's start hyphen game, game hyphen over, game no hyphen. I have to add a hyphen there. That's wrong. It's just so wrong. So let's go and fix all the other ones that I just broke. So we're going to use, so this is using VS Code search entire project, Control Shift F, jumps you to this thing, or you can go there manually. You can do a replace all on all your things. So I'm going from gameplay to game hyphen play. I click this cool little replace all and bada boom. Now if you're lucky enough, all my strings I can do that, but if you weren't, you can just use that to find what changed. And now I change, not that one. Yeah, game over to here. So now, promise this will work now. Hey, we see the game over screen and I chose all the wrong answers. So that is working. I want to see if this pattern can be recognized though. So you see the correct answer was the first answer of every question. Interesting. It's always the first answer of every question. So if we remember back to when we created this little object of question doohickeys, somewhere up here, we put the correct answer first. So it's never been shuffled. So what we want to do is when we're basically right here, we want to shuffle this around. Yeah, it was a good test. I didn't even recognize the test. I just selected the top right thing and I'm like, ooh, that's a pretty pattern. It's all like aligned and vertical. And wait a minute, that's not how randomization works. Yeah, so yeah, just like that's not randomized. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a shuffle. Now, I have this amazing algorithm. Just kidding. We're going to use Fisher Yates from the top Stack Overflow. Just going to go over there and copy it. We're not implementing our own shuffling algorithm. Unless you're a real CS major, like going for data science, or like super deep, efficient stuff. You don't need to know. You just need to know how to Google it, which was JS shuffle array. You don't even need to type it correctly. You can call it a shuffle and Google will know. Take you to the right Stack Overflow page, paste in Fisher Yates. No, it will do basically what you want. And then this is basically it. We're going to use shuffle. We're going to pass it our original array. And we are now shuffled. Once I get to the right page, we will be shuffled. So now I might actually choose right. Hey, statistically, I actually got one of them right. So it is shuffling. You see we have a bottom left, so that is 0, 1, 2. We got a top right, so it's 0, 1. And we got top left, because randomization does that. So yeah, that is now shuffling. So that's a very good point. And I think at this point, we can make a commit, because we got this working. We got a lot of good stuff here working. And we got our pages, our answers. Yeah, we're definitely going to do a commit. And I will use, so I'm just going to look at the differences with here at very much. at very least. See what we did. We got shuffling. We implemented it into pages. So I did. I made a mistake here. I implemented one feature and then I was like, this is fun, and I implemented another feature. So these two features I kind of mushed together. So RIP idempotent git commits, but that's okay. So yeah, that's a good project. So we'll git add index.js. That's a good part there. Let's look at the CSS differences. I did that. See, as I go through this, I like to think of like how I start building my commit message. So that was add game over screen, add multiple, add screen exclusivity. And I know how to spell things, so I'm just gonna ask Google just in case. Yes, I knew how to spell that. And now HTML, what did we do here? Essentially more screen exclusivity. Yeah, now I don't need this template stuff here, but I'm gonna leave it here just so CSS, like if JavaScript catches on fire, we have CSS to look at. And I started doing it with VS Code. Sorry. Ooh, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm going into Vim. So add game. It's only because I have a multi-thing message. I don't know if new lines work in the message. What's it called? The message command line argument. Add screen exclusivity. Git push. And VS Code's all confused, but that's okay. We'll get over it. And there we go. We have the end screen and screen exclusivity. New favorite word there, folks. Eventually it'll load here, but until then, this is basically working. It would be cool if we had a button to go back to the main page though, right? And we need to say like a message at the top. So let's pick a message and put it at the top. So in the HTML, we have our game over screen result. It's empty. Let's fill that with something. So again, since this is the single player version of the multiplayer game, I'm not really going to invest that much into it. We'll just say you got X% right. So nothing crazy. So where's my game over screen? Here it is. Let's just do let correct equals 0. How do I do the thing there? Is correct. So I'll extract this into a boolean so I can use it. Is correct. Lovely boolean. This is still checking if the... Oh no, that's not what I want. Okay, I do want this. Yeah, I want this. I also want the other thing. So if checked and is correct, then my correct indicator, I add 1 to it. Very, very amazing math. It's essentially checking if it's checked, aka the user selected it, and this is the answer that's correct, then increment my correct counter by 1. And at the end here, I will say game over query selector result dot text content equals math, which is correct, divided by questions length. Seems to be about right. Let's jump through there. Yeah, I got a third of them right, so that is 33%. So now I'll multiply this by 100, and I don't want all those digits, so I'll say 2 fixed. I don't want any of the digits actually, so I 2 fixed 0. Get rid of all the float decimal points. 0%, and a percent sign would help people understand what that number meant. Hey, another 33%. So yeah, I could probably put a message in here. You got correct. There we go. Let's paste that in. There we go. Try to keep it in a polished state, even though we'll be changing this. You got 0% correct. There we go. So yeah, this is working. And I want a button here What is going on? This is the center of the page. This is the center of the H1. What is that? It's not centered. What is my eyes? Huh. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Fun reminder, folks. Unordered list. So I'm hovering over. So what I just found, I found the margin on the left. So you see that green section on the left? That is built-in margin on ULs. So if I do margin 0, I lied. It's not margin. It's yeah, I didn't bring any reset or any normalize. Good point. So I do like I'm more of a fan of a normalize myself, but yeah, I should go and grab one of those at least. You know what? I'll go for a CSS reset just for heck. Actually, I don't know what CSS reset Leon uses. Let me go actually find it as my template. Copy it from there. Template, somewhere around here. CD CSS. Thing is, in all my examples, I've actually deleted the reset because I don't use it. It's okay, I can find one of these. Oh, I know where it is. So I'm just navigating folders right now. Very exciting stream content, I know. CSS classwork. Yes, and then it's gotta be in the super review. There it is, template. Sorry, I can't think of thoughts. See, I have to CD into the folder. Then CD into temp. Keeps wanting to go in temperature converter. Oh, the mayor's reset and normalize. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. CSS reset. Top one at the top. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I didn't want to pick one that wasn't the one we were using. Where's the download? Copy of the file. Thank you. Wow, that's a small file. Normalize is a lot larger. Okay, and let's link it up. Thank you for the name drop, Genie. Reset. I want to do that before the index. Let's see how this turns my website out. I mean, yeah, it resets it. Yeah, it does the thing. Okay, so I guess I gotta add some styling back. That is how resets will work. Yeah, so index CSS. Well, let's see how many H1s I got. I mean, I guess I'm doing the CSS proper at this point. Let's do font size 62.5. Where's my box sizing? I don't have it yet. So everything, box sizing, inherit, HTML, box sizing, border box. There we go. And some default styles, field set, border 1 pixel, solid black. How many H1s, what H elements am I using? Not there. No, MDN, go away. H1. I'm just using H1 so far. That's great. H1. Font size 30 pixels. Wrong browser. That seems about right. Zoom in on this. Let's just get the normal font size a little. Let me zoom out to normal. Reset. That's really small text. So let's get main. Increase the font size in general. Size 2 rems, 20 pixels. Yeah, I can read that a little bit better. My field sets have no padding, so we just add padding 1 rem. 10 pixels of padding. Seems alright. My legends have no vertical margin anymore. Let's legend margin auto. No, we want vertical, so 1 rem auto. Is that not doing what I want? 10 rem auto. So the vertical margins are collapsing, I bet. DevTools, save me. Okay, we have one rem. Okay, so I'm getting vertical margin here. Okay, this must be a cascade override thing. Just do a hard refresh, get back to that page, and let's look at the other legend. Yeah, there it is. So I have two of them. That would do it. There we go. Now we don't need 10 rems. Good test value. Let's try 1 rem. That's 2 rems? So it's giving it below. Okay, so I'm giving the vertical margin is working on the bottom, but not the top, because I need to give that to a different element, wouldn't I? It would be the LI margin bottom 1 rem. Okay, yeah, so the LI needs a margin bottom. That's what I want to do. Okay. I guess this goes back to being auto. Yeah, it goes back to being auto. Then I find my LIs, which I have not yet styled. LI. 1 rem. Let's do a refresh and get rid of those browser styles I threw in there. I want a little more. Let's go 2 rems. Whoa, that's 12 rems. That's acceptable to me. I could do with a little more padding on that border though. 1.5 rems. You know what, now I want more padding on the gap. There we go. That is acceptable. This thing. Let's swap the LI margin bottom for margin top. There you go. Because I don't have to add margin to that thing anymore. Although I do not like it at the top of the page. Maybe I can just add it to main. Margin top and bottom. So 1 rem everywhere. Is that doing it? That is doing it. Let's 2 rems everywhere. That looks acceptable to me. Let's check the other pages. Options. The start button needs some spacing. Okay, so this is all my H1s at this point. I tried to like, ooh, I'm gonna get by like putting margin on other things, but no. They need margin vertically, 2 rem, and auto left and right. There we go. That one's good. I click the things. Click things. You are wrong. I know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so I clicked the start button twice and it added double the questions. So that was a fun experiment. But yeah, okay, this is working a lot better now. I'm liking this. Stylistically, we've gotten back to where we need to be, and full circle. The text is not centered. What happened? Is the text centered? Maybe I'm just going crazy. Oh. No way, what? Okay, I think I'm actually just losing it on this one. Yeah, okay, it's centered enough. I'm about to pull up the ruler on that thing, but okay, it's centered enough. Now so we just threw a bunch of stuff in style. Let's clean some of this up, right? So I try to keep my generic styles up top and my targeted styles lower down, so all the HTML, all the things, the main, I think the H1 goes above the main. Main has only one thing, H1s are a lot. Same for the LI, same for the legend. The field set, I'd say no, I say the main goes back up. So you can tell I am great at making decisions. There we go. So all these are related to the answers container, so they get free indentation because I'm not writing Sass, unfortunately. Our UL and our hidden, they go up. So the UL goes right beside the UI for obvious reasons. Hidden, that's a helper class. It kind of just goes up there. Oh, it goes a little below there. Yeah, it seems right. Okay, yeah, this is looking good. So yeah, we just nice little CSS spree. Thanks. That was good. Thanks for the Myers reset name there, Jeannie. What else did we do? Yeah, we did a lot of CSS. CSS reset. And oh yeah, this too. So this is a cool thing that we did this, but we don't need to put it in this commit. So what we want to call this is add CSS reset. Lovely. And then the next commit, then we'll stage the JS to say show show correct percentage. Okay, that is good. Now there's one more feature that I know we want to do the multiplayer, but we need to do one more thing first. We need to, and this is because it's kind of dependent, the multiplayer has this. So when we start and we choose a thing, it needs to pause for like 5 seconds to show the selection. And then we'll move on. Because when we're in multiplayer, we're also going to need to pause and wait for it. Well, you know what? I'm trying to think. So basically it's paused to show basically the render logic I have below of showing correct or right as you answer it. Fun fact, that's not a required feature, so we're not doing it. So let's do git push those two changes. And with the remaining little time for our break, I'll add a readme. So this would be multiplayer trivia, link to the thing, so to the GitHub repo, and I want the page URL. URL of the page is right here. So I copy that and I put it in this. If you've never used Markdown, this is how you put a link in Markdown. Trivia game, multiplayer trivia game. Well, it's not multiplayer yet, so I don't want to lie. Using Open TDB API. And put that in these square braces and then follow it with parentheses. That makes it a link. If you have VS Code, you have this little button up here called Open Preview to the side. When you click it, it shows what the Markdown renders as. Very basic Markdown in this instance, but just want to add it eventually so that way when people come to the repo, they can see that it is posted on GitHub Pages and actually go there instead of just seeing it on the stream and then knowing to get to there. And readme.md git push. And now, when you go to the repository, you will see this little bit of text, very amazing, but the top part is a link to the published page. So that's why I wanted that there, because otherwise they can figure out, like they can look through your actions and see that it's on GitHub Pages, but they can't find that out, and it's easier just to have a link straight to your deployed asset, either in the title or somewhere in the description, or as one of them fancy badges. But yeah, now I can just link that without having to link both. And okay, folks, this is, well, after the break will be the moment we've all been waiting for. The multiplayer portion of this. I mean, there's more I could do, but I don't need anything more at this point. I will, yeah, so, for the last minute, you know what? We're going to set the category up just because I'm not good at these questions and I'd like to look better. So we're going to change the category to Science Computers, generate the URL. We can see the category is 18. So we're going to go down to our fetch. And you know what? Also, I'm going to organize this JavaScript. There we go. So category is 18. So we click start. Python is based off JavaScript. Lies. Naviz headquarters based in which Silicon Valley city? Whoops. Palo Alto? Nope. Not an official development name for Ubuntu release. Oh, I'm running Ubuntu. I should know this. I've never heard of Willy Werewolf. And apparently it is. Mystic Mansion, huh? Oh, 'cause they're all animal names. I should have been able to figure that out myself. But yeah, 33% correct. I got one. But yeah, so that is officially the end. I mean, it's 30 seconds. Might as well take our break. And after the break, yeah, Mystic Mansion. Because they're all animal names. I don't know what the first part means, but the last part is all animal names. I think Tyre is an animal name, unicorn, werewolf. Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I'm just going with it because Mystic Mansion should have went with it. But yeah, after this break, we will be getting the multiplayer action. What is a tar? That's a great question. Let's Google it live on stream. Wow. It's a goat sheep thing. Wow. Animals don't look real. The most extreme wiki. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that existed. I mean, let's see. Why did they call it Trusty Tar? 1404. I wonder if they actually give reasons for these names. Ah, from the Chilling Adventures. Oh yeah, it does like that. What's the thing? Um, it does look like that little goat thing, doesn't it? I don't know what it was, but yeah, boneless goat thing. Okay, with that, we go for break. Make sure to stretch, hydrate, relax, all the good stuff. And we will get this thing becoming multiplayer soon enough. Hopefully by the end of this particular of the next Pomodoro, I can just drop my ID in chat and y'all play with me. See if we can be that. See if I can be that focused. That's not gonna happen, but we'll go for it. Welcome back, welcome back. Before we jump into the multiplayer awesomeness, it's gonna be this trivia game. Leah, they just, or maybe they recently just posted their Animal Crossing things. So if you're around, you should, there it is, you can check it out. They got it posted and hosted and all that fun stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, what? I got cut off. Huh. Oh, it's probably a Firefox thing. I should use Chrome. Most people use Chrome. Come on, open the thingamabob. There we go. It works great on Chrome. Don't use Firefox. It works pretty great. Oh, yep, and there's the switching background. Oh, you can see all the breakpoints there. Yep, there's one. There's another. Oh, was that just layout? Yeah, it's another breakpoint. Oh, so that breakpoint's for the SVG up top, probably. Yeah, it came out great. And then no one has less than 360, so I'll stop. Oh yeah, perfect breakpoint. 367, I think, is like the smallest one out there. Perfect. Let me actually use responsive mode. Yeah, it's a pretty great, I mean, I assume these images are from the API. There you go, no one uses smartwatch. Let me look in the console. Oh, here's the data. Catch image URL. Yeah, there it is. Lovely. A great project. Great idea on the background swapping out too. Boy, I wouldn't have thought of that. Oh, oh yeah, no, nothing's that short. Yeah, it's just Firefox. And honestly, like, as much as I like Firefox, I know it's not the majority and all. It's some weird Firefoxy thing. Oh, let me try not F11. Village text path villager. It's there. I don't know how these curves work. Villagers. It's there, not there. There, not there. I have no idea. There, not there. Hmm. Yeah, because when the image it gets smaller, when we actually go responsive mode. Eh, eh. Yeah, let me actually. Where's the responsive? There it is. Let me see which breakpoint is that. So it works all the way until the 9. Oh, it's the 990 breakpoint. 992 breakpoint. There it is. So 992 it's good, but 991 not so good. Let me try to figure out. I'm great at reading CSS, as you can tell. How does that do? Yeah, 992. So Moz box sizing. Maybe that's what's happening? I don't know. Let me copy these. I don't know what else is happening at 992, but maybe that's it. Nope, I have no idea. But yeah, swapping the background, definitely the way to go. Village E. The thing is, I don't know enough about text paths to know. I mean, what if we just. Okay, so decreasing the font size. So it's the width of the SVG. Max width, make it wider. That's not doing it. Make it less wide. Okay, SVGs. Yeah, it's something with the SVG width. Let me just set it manually. Width 50 pixels. Okay, yeah, that made it angry. Okay, yeah, see if I just get the width really high. Oh, the width ain't doing anything. I don't use SVGs enough to know what is going on. Yeah, I can jump. What is it? Application? Nope, it's not what it is. Style editor. Yeah. Style CSS. Media 600. I'm good there. 700. 992. Yeah, so it works on 992 and above. Open I refresh, so that broke it. Sorry, I'm not good at using the CSS stuff. But yeah, if I go up there, so it's this one that works. You're supposed to scroll to it. There you go. Thank you for scrolling. And then when we drop that, it's the rest of it. Interesting. Current answer is don't use Firefox. Yeah, there's a lot of styles here. Oh, there's not that many styles. SVG, font size, and min height. Okay, so yeah, that's what makes it work. So when I don't have that, it doesn't work. Maybe that's it. Let's do some fiddling. Fiddle, fiddle, fiddle. Hey, okay, so that kind of makes it work. It looks we're all wrong now, but see, maybe not the height. Maybe the height. Yeah, so it's font size that throws it off on Firefox. So you set it to 1.5. What does it get set to 1.5? No, wait. You're setting font size. Oh, 62.5. Yeah, that's there. Yeah, you were right, though. It is something to do with the SVG width and font size. But like I said, it's Firefox. No one really uses it. But yeah, the rest of it, perfect on Chrome. Congrats on getting it finished. It is finished, right? Don't spend another 20 hours on that thing. You gotta move on eventually. Okay, multiplayer time. So Pure.js. So this is the thing where I'm gonna add it, then I'm gonna change it a little bit. So where you add any old library, at least browser-based ones, so you go to your HTML and you drop it in. Boop, there it is. Now you have access to it. So if I go to my DevTools, I can say Pure, and there it is. Yeah, Lee, you gotta. I know, it's kind of like the pot and all that. Pot calling the kettle black, but you gotta know when to let it go. Like I said, Firefox, as cool as it is, it's not all the users. So you got most of them with Chrome. That's where most of them live. And yeah, it's just a very small thing. So you gotta spend time out of the way. Maybe you'll come back to it later and recognize it, but gotta take a break every now and then. So yeah, I have Pure.js involved, and I'm just gonna copy their template code and be like, this is how we use the code. So what did I change? I changed nothing. We're just do this at the very top, and then we're gonna organize a lot of this code along the way. So let's see, we have connect and we have retrieve. Now there's another thing that the docs do not really describe. This is the part of the stuff that I found out my own. But when the Pure.js, when it starts being initialized, it emits an open event when things are working. So when you say, let's say const, and then when you say pure.on open, we get our ID. Console log ID. And there it is. So when Pure.js connected to the server and to the free server we all get to use, it got an ID for myself. Now this is this ID here, and if I save, I'll get a new ID. So every time, unless you tell it, you're going to get a new ID. And this is what you will have to share with other users to connect. Now it only needs to be sharing with one user. So let me, yeah, so that's Pure.js. Let me explain the architecture that I'm particularly going for. We have users, so all these users, and they'll be connected all to each other. So there's not going to be a single host and all the clients connect to the host. That's not the way I'm going to go. You could go that way. It might be easier to write. It might be better code. But if the host like disconnects, so if the host goes like poof, no more host, then all these clients or all these other players of the game can't play the game anymore. So the approach I've decided to take is that every client connects to every other client. So it's crisscross applesauce. So when one person goes offline, they can just like they'll still be able to play with the three existing players. And this might, like I said, this might be easier, this might be harder, this might be the wrong way to do it, but this is the way I think works easiest and best. This is for me. Now, the way we're going to do this is, because there are two approaches to this, because we have two branches. Basically, we have if you're single player or if you're multiplayer. So you got single player, then you got multiplayer. So what we can do is, that would basically require, like right now we have code that works just for single player. We have no code that works for multiplayer. The way I'm going to approach it is that we don't have two separate codes. We have one code for single and multiplayer. So for example, I don't know if any of you have played Minecraft recently or in the last few years or so, but what they've done is essentially this, where when you start Minecraft, even as a single player, they start a server on your system, and then your Minecraft instance joins the server. So you're playing single player, but you're actually playing it on a multiplayer world. So it's the exact same code as if multiple people were on that world, but they don't have to write separate code for the single player version and the multi-version player of the game. They write one client, and it interacts with it the same, no matter if it's single player or multiplayer. That's the approach I'm going to go with. So the way it's going to work is that when you're multiplayer, or when you're playing in general, like this is your browser, and these are your connections. So this is like a list of connections of who you're connected to. One of these connections is going to be yourself. So you are going to be connected to yourself. So whenever the events happen, we gotta send network or receive network stuff. We'll send it to all the other users, to anyone that's connected. If you're on multiplayer, then that'll be all these other folks out here. If you're not on multiplayer, then you're sending the events to yourself. So the exact same code that works on multiplayer is going to work for single player. Again, might be the worst way of doing this. The engineers in chat could be pulling their hair out, but I think this is the easiest way to do it. So with that architecture discussion out of the way, let's actually somewhat get creating on this. So this is where things start to diverge a little bit. It's all still JavaScript, no one worry, but I have mouse memory or goldfish memory, so I'm not going to be able to remember and know all this. So I want to swap it out for TypeScript. So this is going to take, the timer's out. So yeah, this ain't going to be too crazy stuff, and this is going to be lazy crazy. So again, all this is going to be reducible or replayable by all you folks out there, and you can completely ignore the TypeScript, but I need it to remember what's going on, or else this would take even longer. Like, this would be a two-parter if I didn't bring TypeScript involved. So I just initialize a new npm project. If you don't understand that, you don't need to. It's something we'll get to when we get to the back end. And now I'm installing Pure.js and TypeScript. And now in the HTML, I'm no longer linking that anymore. So what I'm instead going to do is so in Node modules, it basically installed all the stuff I need, including Pure.js, Pure.js.js. This is all the code we need. So I'm going to add basically, wow, this is a big script. I did not realize it did that. So we're going to add a build script. This is basically a command you can alias, like you run cd in the console. It's kind of like that, but scope for Node projects. So this is going to be TSC and copy the asset out of the node modules, which is node modules here JS dist here js.js, copy it from that folder all the way to essentially just here. Yeah, that is what I want it to do. Well, I want to copy it to a public folder. So I'm going to be making a folder called public. This is going to contain all the public assets. So my HTML, my CSS, and my JavaScript. That folder, that folder. There we go. So it's all in this folder now. Nothing has really changed so far. But now I'm going to create a new folder called src. Now these are this stands for source. This is what's going to contain my index.ts. So if you all haven't heard of TypeScript, it's just JavaScript with types. It's nothing to be scared about. You're going to recognize 85 to 90% of this code except the types. And the types, you can think of them as comments that tell you, your editor, and everyone around what is going on. So first we're going to import Pure from Pure.js and initialize the new TypeScript project. And now we can just say console log hello world. And now if I go to my TS config, I think. So this is like, now again, this is stuff that you won't need to know now, and you probably won't need to know as you develop, like by the time we're end of this cohort. You probably won't even need to know this because this is very implementation detail specific. If your job is paying for you to know it, then it's good to know, but until then, you don't really need to know how all this works. So I'm setting out file, which is the destination file, to public.js index.js. So this is where it's going to be putting all the code. I'm taking all my code out of that and putting it in index.ts. And there's going to be a lot of errors. No worries about the errors. And save this. Save this. Now there is one more thing I think I need to do. Because see, TypeScript's smart. It's like only AMD and system modules are supported alongside out file. What this basically means is that I'm saying I want to output a single file, but TypeScript is like, I'm going to output multiple files right now unless you tell me to do it differently. So I say, do differently, use AMD. This is a different format of modules. Again, this is build systems, intricate details. Do not need to know this. I promise we're like halfway down the fit. Now, this is going to basically, so all these errors are like, hey, you wrote dangerous JavaScript. I'm like, yeah, I know I wrote dangerous JavaScript, but it doesn't realize that I meant to write it. So what we're going to do is add types and stuff. What's this error here? Module resolution. Okay, so great thing about TypeScript and all these weird things, they give you errors sometimes. Can't find the module. Did you mean to set this thing to another thing? I probably did. Module resolution should be node because it is a node module. There, you happy? TypeScript is now happy. Loving it. Now, let's go ahead and make some of these things happy. So I'm just going to go through each error one by one. Array implicitly has an any type. Now, this is basically saying it's untyped. So I only do this for the first one so you recognize what's going on. So now if I say, give it a type of T, that's a really bad example. So when I say shuffle, it says shuffle T array T and it returns a T array. What that really means is when I say shuffle and I give it an array A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, it knows I'm returning a string array. But if I pass it an array of 1, 2, and 4, it knows it's a number array. So this is a generic, basically means infer the type either explicitly or explicitly and then return this type. So it's basically a way to say this is the type of the data and do this with the type of the data. Now we have another error showing this is a Boolean. By the way, all these types are all the types we've learned about. We're just being explicit with them. And now this thing says it is an HTML element or null, because that's true. This can be null. So exclamation points is a TypeScript feature that is, you're basically saying, don't worry, this won't be null. I am asserting that it is true, or that it is whatever it is. There we go. Let's see what's angry about here. Child, string, and Boolean. So see, I named it wrong. This is actually a string. I lied. There we go. Be happy TypeScript. Raw has any. Now at this point, I'm too lazy to write the type, so I will call it any. Incorrect has any. It doesn't know what it is. I know this is a string, so I put colon string. Answer indexes. It doesn't know what it is. I know it's an array of numbers. It thinks this form might not exist. I'm telling it it will exist. It doesn't know what the event target is, so I will say it is a HTML input element. Now, it doesn't know what questions is, but I will tell it what questions is. Yeah, it's okay, Genie. Like I said, I'm kind of running through this TypeScript bit quickly because I know no one really wants to learn it. Like, this isn't the goal. But what the exclamation point does is it is a TypeScript feature because, fun fact, query selector, it's either going to return what you're asking for or it's going to return null. So when that happens, its main is either an HTML element or it's null. When you say an exclamation point, that is a TypeScript specific feature that asserts it is not null or undefined. So we are telling TypeScript, but trust me, this is good. This is not undefined or null. If you don't do this, then you'll need to explicitly handle the null. So it's saying here, object is possibly null. So you know the error when you say cannot find function such and such on undefined or null. It's basically saying right here, whoa, this might be null. So you need to check for that. Are you sure you're checking for that? Now, what we could do is we could like put it in a variable and check if it equals to null, do something else, or if it doesn't equal to null. Or we can be like, TypeScript, I know what I'm doing. Trust me, this is not null. That's what the exclamation point does. You're telling TypeScript to trust you. What's that one? Yep, since we have another one, UL, it might not exist. So we're like, TypeScript, trust me. The result might not exist. Trust me, TypeScript. Okay, now questions is the next one, and I have to kind of think on that one. So questions, this is the most TypeScript we're going to get before we take the break. So this is essentially going to be an interface, which is, it's like defining a type structure, but we get to use it multiple times. So we're saying that this questions is an array of question-like things. Now what's a question-like thing? Well, we define it a lot like we do an object. So I'm just going to yoink the object that we had before, and we're going to say that a question-like thing is a thing that has a key of question, and the value of that question key is a string. Yes, actually, it's practically identical to a Java interface. If you're familiar with that, then yeah, it's basically Java interface, which means you'll probably recognize answers and there's an array of string. Correct answer is another string. So now that we have this, now here comes the power. We have the power. Whenever we go somewhere, let me find somewhere a good place to go, and we're like, oh no, I want to get the question correct answer. I do question, I do dot, VS Code can figure it out. It reads the types, it knows what we have. We go correct answer, we say dot map. VS Code, first VS Code don't let you do it. Then VS Code's like, whoa. Map does not exist on string. you sure you know what you're doing? And I'm like, no, VS Code, I don't know what I'm doing. I meant to say answers. Well, not that. Answers dot map, like one of all the functions there. Then I say I have an answer, and what I want to do this answer, I want to multiply it by 5. But then TypeScript's like, no, no, no. First, you typoed like really, really bad. You like really bad typo here. Did you mean something else? I'm like, yeah, TypeScript, I did. And then it's like, you sure you're trying to multiply something that's not a number? Are you sure you're doing this right? This is the benefits of TypeScript. It checks all these things for you once you give it the type information. So yeah, I didn't mean to start selling out TypeScript here, but this is why I'm going to it for this half of the project, because, I mean, we got single player, and we're already at like 130 lines. There's a lot of functions kind of just thrown around. It's spaghetti, and we're going to get more spaghetti, so I need to be able to distinguish all the spaghetti strands from one another. That's why I need TypeScript on this, or else this will most definitely be a 2-part stream. So yeah, that's TypeScript installed, but it's not working yet. Yeah. Once, like, the name TypeScript, once you see your first bit of TypeScript, you either know, like, that feeling, you know you're gonna love it, or you're confused by it, but then once you get into it, you'll know if you love it or not, and yep, I knew, I love TypeScript as soon as I saw it. And I'm kind of doing a bit of a manual TypeScript, so I'm like building my own TypeScript, shoving it to the browser and all. But usually, like, if you use any modern system, Express, React, all this build stuff, like, you don't have to come in here and figure out what settings to use. When you use the templates and the bootstraps and all that stuff, all this is already set for you. So it's kind of not the best intro to TypeScript, this particular, having to set all this up, but most people just write TypeScript code. They don't have to set up TypeScript code. But yeah, let's get my build script running. And I know this is like the longest break ever, but I just want to get this running. I just gotta get it running. Breaking the two Pomodoro rules. So yeah, we're not copying this to public, we're copying this to public JS. And this is, okay, y'all get to look at some TypeScript code. So this is what it turned it into. Most of this is modern. Some of this is like old stuff for old browsers, but most of it's recognizable. You can tell it to go like support Internet Explorer 1 and it will generate some monster code. But it generates mostly readable code. It's readable for the browser, which is all that matters. And now, so this is again, an implementation specific feature. Nobody needs to know how this works. I'm using require.js to import this kind of JavaScript because this JavaScript it generated is in a module format that is not compatible with browsers. So one of the things you can do is make it compatible with browsers by using a module loader. Again, normal people don't do this. I'm TypeScript. I need to the goldfish memory needs to work. So we put require.js in this thing. You basically tell it what to load and it'll load it for you. Again, when you're using this in a real project that you're not making from scratch, it just works. You don't have to set any of this up, but this is from scratch, so I have to set this up. And now I have to link my JavaScript. So I've reset, I've indexed. I'm going to do this at it doesn't matter really where, I don't think. So yeah, we got index.js, we need require.js, we also need here.js, I think. I don't know, my memory's starting to fail me on this one. Let me look. Oh, actually, yeah. So require.js, the whole point of require.js is that it does all this for you. All I have to do is give it an entry point of what to start loading. So if you tell it to load index, it'll be like, okay, I'll load index. And we see here in the raw code that in order to load index, we need these other things. So it'll get those things first, then it'll load index and run the code with all the magic stuff happening. So if I run this, the code should be working. Okay, so I broke my live server because I moved it. But if I go to public, we get errors. Yay! Cannot apply style. Public reset CSS. Because I have to move files around. There we go. Script error for index. Oh, that's awkward. Okay, maybe I'll fix this on the break. Actually, I'll be sure to come back and say how I fixed it. But we do get that break coming up. So I mean that break's already passed us. Probably one whole break ago. So yeah, 5-minute break. I'll fix this. I'll tell you what I did to fix it if you're curious. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. Okay, we are nearing the end of our break. Feel free to come on back, folks. Okay, and we are back now into the code. So I fixed it, but like I promised, I will tell you how I fixed it. You need to give it a path of what you're importing. I had index, it needed to be JS index, so it wasn't a TypeScript error, it wasn't a required JS error, it was a user error. I just gave it the wrong path. Could have happened with any library. But now, as we see, it's all working, like all the logic, as expectedly, nothing broke. It'd be weird if something broke. Nothing broke. We have our peer ID in the console. Now, so we're not looking at index.js anymore. So we're going to create a .getignore file. Now, getignore, if you haven't used it before, is a file in which you list the paths or path expressions of other files you do not want added to your Git repository. So these are files that you don't want added to the Git because either they're installed assets that work only for your system, node modules for example, or they are generated assets that you don't want committed because they're supposed to be built dynamically on the fly. So in this case, those two node modules, index.js, because we don't want to keep the JavaScript in Git, we want to keep the TypeScript because you can build the JavaScript from the TypeScript, and peer.js because that's a library that in this case is already installed via the package manager. So we're going to tell Git to ignore that stuff and update these changes. So I'm going to add getignore, update the file change paths to all the full files I moved around, the CSS, HTML, the JavaScript, more CSS, more HTML, reset. You see, most of these are just changes. As I add them, you can see Git can recognize it, and I'm not using Git just. I'll also explain that thing, but Git status is that specific to my project because of the TypeScript. So the getignore, so yeah, I'd say most of it is. So if you weren't using TypeScript, you don't need to getignore. That's basically the answer to that part of it. This node modules is any old project that uses npm, but these two are specific because of the way I'm using TypeScript in my project. So the answer is yes and long yes. So yeah, it's because I'm using TypeScript that I'm adding these getignores so I don't commit these to the repository. You can. It's not gonna hurt anything. It's just ugly, considered bad practice, I'd say. But yeah, this was the big commit. We can see, created a new file, deleted some files, renamed some other files. It's pretty smart when you move stuff around. It knows what are deletions and renames. And then sometimes it's like, hey, I've never seen this file in my life. So I'm just going to go ahead and git commit. Better not to add fluff. Exactly. Plus, it also does, so like when you make a git clone, it downloads the entire repository to your system. If I put 100 megabyte video file in my repository, you're going to have to download 100 megabytes just to get to the code, for example. So it's best not to add fluff or unnecessary assets. It's just best to be clean, you know? Add TypeScript. And I'm not. So here's the thing. I also need to update. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and we'll do this the proper way. So if I were to push this right now, it would break stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to my pages. Because remember, pages handles static content. Like just pure files. But looking at this isn't static anymore. These two are, but they're not in the repository. So what I'm going to do is essentially remember to start my Pomodoro timer. Then after I do that, I'm going to essentially just make a second branch called GH pages. So first I'm turn off pages off. So that's off. It's not doing its job anymore. Now I'm going to go ahead and push what I have right now. Create a new branch. So get branch GH pages. This thing can be called whatever you want. GH pages is kind of just a standard. And in GH pages, what you do is this is where you would put your static assets at if you were using GitHub pages and you want to be visible to the world. So I'm basically just going to run add public. Once I figure out how the keyboard works, public JS all. And now you see, this is the cool thing about git ignore. I was just like, add some files, and git is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. These files are ignored. Are you really sure you want to do that? Because what if these files had credentials, like they were my secret tokens and stuff? I would have accidentally added them. So when you do want to add git ignored stuff, you can just -f and git's like, sure thing. Now if we do git status, they're added just like normal. Git commit message deploy. And this is my standard, maybe not the standard. Now I'm going to run git push. But git's like, wait a minute. I don't know where I'm supposed to be pushing to. You never told me an upstream branch. Now with main, we actually did. -u. No, what do we do? Git push. Yeah, so when we initially did this, git push -u. So this -u origin main is short for $set upstream. Basically telling it where the remote is and what branch to go to. So instead of origin main, it's origin GH pages. And now it's been pushed. We got a new branch. Everybody is happy. Now, what are we going to do with that branch? So we can go over here to github.com and we see we're on the main branch. Here's our code here. If we go into public, we go into JS, we have the one file only. But if I go to GH pages branch, we have all the files. So now we're going to tell GitHub pages to use that branch. And this is awkward. So because I call it GH pages, GitHub was like, that's for me, and that is for it. Wait a minute, how do I? I thought, so yeah, this is another live thing. I thought you could tell GitHub pages to go to a subdirectory. Use subtree push to send it to GitHub pages branch. What is this? Okay, so hey, I don't know what this does. I thought you could just come in here and select what folder you wanted. Apparently you can't. So I guess I go with my website now. We get this thing, which is not what I wanted, but if I go to public, it works. So yeah, this is working. It's just on the wrong path because GitHub pages does not work exactly like I thought it does. But that's okay. We can fix it. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. So technically, it's not a problem. So we will fix it by ignoring it. So we will say, don't go to this URL, people. Go to this URL, a good working URL. So that's the fix, folks. We just point them at the right URL. Don't deal with it at all. The proper fix is using that weird command, but not my problem. So checking back out to the main branch, I'm going to update readme, update pages link, and git push. Doesn't really matter to push. Okay, so that part is done. This is now working. Once I refresh the page, that will be working. Okay, so the TypeScript conversion is officially done. Now it's time for some payoff. So all that investment for this payoff. So first, I'm going to run my build mini script, which, if you remembered, runs this command, which compiles the TypeScript, and runs this command, which should be familiar to most of us. It copies with a CP a file from this folder, pure.js, to public.js. So it just puts that right there. And I do it this way because I'm weird, / I don't want to hot link it. Now with that, we're going to run one last command. And this is a somewhat common, what do I call it? Not a name, but a common pattern in which, okay, great, what have I done? Okay, that's not, okay, I pushed the wrong button. So it's a common pattern to have a script called dev, which you run in development mode. Now, this is the last of it, I promise. So what we do is we do an npm run dev. Nothing works because I broke the JSON. Now we run npm run dev. It says starting compilation in watch mode, found watching for changes. So this is, again, this is my place on my code live. Now if we go over to our index.js, and I'm gonna shrink this so it's visible, and we just make some changes. We save it. It detected the change. It rebuilt it. It triggered live server to rebuild. So we are back to where we were before TypeScript. Now here comes some of the benefits of TypeScript. Here, dot. Look at all this information I'm getting. I read I'm lying. I actually did read the documentation, but had I read zero of the documentation, I'm getting all this information thanks to TypeScript for free. Look at all this stuff. It's like, I want to list all my peers. I can run that thing. Remove event listeners, add event listeners. Hey, I wonder, what event listeners are there? Oh, there's the call event listener, the close event listener. Now, none of them really give you any more information, but this is a lot of information right here. What happens on the connection event listener? Oh, apparently I receive an ID. Yeah, literally, what's an ID? I don't know, but if we look at TypeScript, it tells me it is a peer data connection. So it wasn't an ID. I got confused, / TypeScript got confused. So if we do con, it's like, I wonder, what can a peer data connection to? All this stuff. So this is the power of TypeScript. You can jump into stuff once you get your JavaScript skills up to par. You can just jump into stuff, read a very little amount of documentation, kind of just feel your way through the exposed stuff. So this is where we start actually messing around with pure.js. So what we're going to do is, so every time you see I save, there's a delay, then there's a thing that happens. So that's because it's using the real internet. Now I'm going to use, so the great thing about pure.js is that if you want, you can host it locally. So if they ever stop making this for free, you can do it yourself. I'm going to do it myself because it's going to make it faster for me to do it myself. So I'm going to go to their server, follow their instructions, and just start pasting commands. That's one lucky command. I'm going to copy this, paste this command. Yep, and then I'm reading their documentation. It says this is how you customize it. Pass an object with all these properties. So again, I didn't need to figure it out. I ran the commands, they worked. I passed the things, it works. And look, when I save, client connected, client disconnected. So now I am interacting with a pure.js server locally. Again, let me just make this extremely clear. You don't need to do this. I'm doing this because it's quicker, because my internet's a little slow, and if I make 1,000 requests to the pure.js server, it'll mess up the stream quality and stuff. So I'm doing this because you see when I save and refreshes, it comes back almost instantly. But if I use the internet one, it took at least 4 times as long. That was like 4 times the amount of time it took. So I'm doing this so it can just run faster locally. And if for some reason these generous people stop doing this, you can always throw this up on Heroku and stuff, or anywhere Like, once we learn backend, you'll know how easy this is to use. Hey, Bombaloni. How are you doing? How's your day been? We're just finishing the weird TypeScript conversion, and we're about to make this thing multiplayer. I'll show off the single player part first now, because it has been like a good session since we actually played the game. So, we have a game here. We have an options. We don't have any options yet, but this is where the options will go. Probably won't have enough time. We click start, and we're given some trivia questions. In the programming language Python, which of these statements would display hello world? Okay, this is literally a coding interview question. It is print hello world. It tells you you're right. You click OK. What internet protocol was documented, and what kind of question is that? I mean, FTP? I'm wrong. Okay. A Boolean value of 0 results. Okay, hey, this is. Put this in your Anki, folks. 0 is false. See, there you go. And then once you get to the end, it tells you how many you got right, and revisits the questions. And if you got it right and that was the right answer, you get this teal color thing. If you selected the blue and it was actually IRC, it gives you that distinction. Otherwise, you're good. And yeah, this is what we've been doing for probably the first 3 hours of the stream. It is on GitHub if you want to view the code or play it yourself. You come to GitHub and click the top link. It's publicly published. And that is where we've gotten so far. Now we're going to make a multiplayer, which is where things start getting really crazy. But first, we're going to make, so much like how I couldn't jump. Yeah, I know. I dropped this question, and Jeannie said they've also had the same idea. So it's not really my idea, but people have had the ideas of kind of this, but for your Anki cards. So imagine someone just like, hey, let's do my Anki. They drag and drop their Anki. They start. It says their Anki card, and it's not multiple choice. So like everyone who's participating enters what they think in a text box, and then once you get to the thing, you'll be like see everyone's answers, I guess, and kind of just humanly determine who's right and wrong, and you can make a game out of that. I've gotten you a bunch of the way there. Hey, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, I'd love to. Like I said, I already got so many like small projects. Like maybe in a few months I might get to the Ankification game, but by then y'all probably get to it before then. So if you get to it, get to it. Yeah, wow, I got the same question twice. Yeah, for group study. I mean, yeah. I mean, it could just be like, yeah. I mean, essentially, I mean, technically, quiz and trivia, they're just questions and answers. So at its bare bones, it's a question and answer thing. The answers happen to be multiple or Boolean, but yeah, abstract this out and it's already a study tool. You just got to provide better questions or more educational questions. But yeah, the 100-hour project scale thing, I think, would be using this multiplayer functionality, or maybe like for actual 100 hours, build your own backend with users and stats and leaderboard and all that. But this is more of like what I'm going to be showing is like a however many hours the stream has been going project where you can just make it multiplayer and like for group study, yeah. But yeah, so we have a peer. Now, I'm going to do some stuff because this is, again, I can't just start off at the beginning. I have to start, I have to start at the beginning. I can't just jump to the end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say ID equals 123. Now that didn't do anything. As you can see, that did literally nothing because it removed my ID. Okay, now it's added. So I'm putting this query parameter up here because I'm going to get that from the code. So in Pure.js, you can specify what your ID is when you join instead of it being randomly generated. And this is going to speed up development a lot because I won't have to go and copy it and paste it in my second browser every time I go to use it. So we're going to say new URL search params window.location.hash. dot slice one dot get ID. Now, if this is completely foreign to you, do not worry. So URL search parameters is a interface. It is an API almost. Actually, it is an API that allows you to pass, to serialize and deserialize stuff like this. ABC equals DF, and it also handles the weird space characters, turning them from and to spaces accordingly. So all you need to do is pass it a string. There you go, how to make TypeScript happy. And it can provide you a get and a set interface that allows you to easily use it. So in this instance, I'm using to read. So I'm passing it the window location hash, which is everything after the octothorpe in the URL. So I'm passing it ID equals 123, and I'm saying, hey, get the ID. Now, I had to tell TypeScript to be like, because this can be null. And I'm like, don't worry, TypeScript, it's always going to be there. Now, wow, I just saved it, and you can see my ID is now 123. Let's see what happens if I don't give it an ID, though. It goes back to being randomly generated. So that is the behavior. That's kind of the behavior of Pure.js, actually. That's got nothing to do with anything else, but my ID is always 123. And that's what I want it to be, because I want to join myself. Now, while I am joining myself on the same computer, on the same network, I want to make it clear it works across the internet. This works across the internet. I tested it across the internet, on mobile, on desktop. You're going to have to do something really old or really iOS specific, I imagine, to make this break, because all the browsers support. Let's just look. You don't have to take my word for it. I think like almost everything supports WebRTC now. Yeah, so the UC browser for Android, unfortunately not. Opera Mini, unfortunately not. And Internet Explorer 11, unfortunately not. Everywhere else, we have WebRTC, which means Pure.js will work. Don't know what that is, but the great thing about us using our library is that even if we need to do these weird prefixes for whatever reason, the library does that for us. So that's another reason I'm not building my own WebRTC connections. We're using Pure.js, a cool library that does it all for us. Now we have that part. I want to create something else. So once we get our ID, I want to so I'm just going to type this again. Again, this is very kind of wet code, because we need to get like a base host. So this is who we're joining. I'm not going to call it host. Joining. So this is basically who we're joining. And again, I'm going to put it in the URL. Now I'm going to assume it's there, and if it's not joining, then we're going to return. So early return. If we're not joining anyone, we're leaving. Now what we're going to do is we're going to use Pure.js to call pure.connect who we're connecting to. We're connecting to who we're joining, ing, and then what we get from this is a const connection. Now, what can we do with this connection? I don't know. Let's let TypeScript tell us. We can do a lot of stuff, apparently. We can check if it's open. We can run some events on it. We can close it. So let's check this event here. So on open, then what we're going to do is we're going to get some data, apparently. Say console log connection. We'll use some template literals. Connection to opened, and then we'll show the data in there because we don't know what that is. And just so yeah, TypeScript even doesn't know what it is, so TypeScript ain't all knowing, just knows a lot. Why is it angry? Okay, so apparently there was no data. Again, TypeScript does get a little confused sometimes. Maybe I get confused reading it. Let's add a close open. It's not, so I tried to type, oh, I want to listen to the disconnect event. But TypeScript is like, there ain't no disconnect event. What are you talking about? I want to listen to the close event. So connection to this closed. Anything else close gives us? Nope. Let's listen to the next one. What do we got? We have error. What's the error do? It gives us an error object. We don't know what it is, but we know we have it. So we can say error. Once I put my cursor where it needs to go. Connection. I will just console error it. I don't know what the error could be. Don't know what it is, but we're logging it. And lastly, for the last event, we get data. So we're just going to console log the data. I don't know what it's going to be. But now we're going to save this, and nothing's happening yet because we haven't joined anyone. So we're going to say joining. And once I type joining correctly, joining equals ABC. So if we look, so let's see. First, we need some more console logs because we can't tell what's going on. Joining and then joining, just so we can see what is going on. There we go. So we see we got the joining message, joining ABC, and we got nothing else. We got nothing else because there is no client with an ID of ABC. If you're all out there like, I signed up with ABC, remember, I'm running this locally. So the client has to be connected to me. So like I said, when we actually get to the point, I'll use the public one and then we can join together. But until then, I gotta make a new browser. So this is browser number 2. We're getting multi-browser up in here. So I'm gonna say my ID is ABC. I'm not doing anything, I'm just sitting here. So now looking back at this one, we're gonna say refresh. And look at this, we're joining ABC and connection on open, connection to ABC open. So these two browsers are connected now. And if we look here, so that's what we have there. Now we don't have any data between them, but they are connected. Now they're not doing anything though, so we're gonna make them send data. So we did peer on open, then we told this one to join the other one. What we're now going to do is we're going to say when we get a connection, so this was us connecting with someone else. Now the connection is duplex, which means I can send them and they can send me. So it's two-way, but I initiated it. We're now going to say peer.on connection. So when someone connects to me, so that was outgoing, this is incoming. So now we're just going to say who's connecting, console log, connection from on.peer. That's the name of the ID. And that's how we're going to receive the connection. And yeah, Gina, yeah, that's totally doing with an Anki deck. And yeah, I mean, you could borrow a lot from the Anki web interface if that was the approach you wanted to take. It's really like, then once you get past the data, it's more of just design decisions of what do you actually want to do with it. You want to make it like a thing where everyone, like, once everyone answers, like, kind of like this trivia thing, like, you get the Anki thing, and then everyone answers on their own, or you can see their answers. It's essentially mostly this, but it's literally up to design and decisions at that point. Yeah. Move browser. There we go. So let's shrinky and shrink. Okay, so we have our browsers. They're lovingly here. Now, if I refresh this one, there we go. You can see that I'm refreshing and we keep getting connections from 1, 2, 3. Now, if this one refreshes, we see we lost the connection to ABC. So our connection is working. Now, this is where the complexity, it starts scaling up. So if you wanted to make Pong or rock, paper, scissors, this is technically all you would need, but we're making multiplayer trivia, so we need to, essentially, we have the multiplayer part active, like they're connecting, but we need to refactor our code to hook in to the peer system, basically, and to be multiplayer compatible. So while this is what we're going to be doing, the join, the connection, and all of that, we won't need to do it. It's like we won't have it ready multiplayer until it's ready single player. And with that, so yeah, we basically dipped our toes into Pure.js, and we will be taking our break. So yeah, make sure to take a break, stretch, relax, hydrate, because after the break, we will be migrating this single player code to be compatible with multiple players. And then we'll actually try the multiplayer out. But first, we got to get it working single player in a multiplayer state. Welcome on back, folks. The break is just about ending. Turn captions back on. There you go. Yeah, and I think there should be an Anki API. I know the data structure isn't proprietary. Oh, Anki Connect. That seems cool. What's that? Anki Connect enables external to communicate with Anki. Okay, so that's interacting with the physical app. Or maybe I'm looking for Anki Web. Does Anki Web have an API? Yeah, you can access the database by opening the SQLite part. I know that. It does not allow third-party access stuff. Yeah, so no Anki Web API. But since all the cards are kind of local already, you could essentially have a user upload their Anki deck, like drag and drop it, and then use online libraries to like built-in JavaScript libraries to parse it and do stuff with it. But yeah, I suppose if you wanted to make this fully online, you could make it possible to import the deck and then just put it in your own database and such. Basically, just have ways to interact with existing decks and then your own file format or just the exact same format they have, just in your own database or just in local storage, right? We don't need to go full database at the beginning. Yeah, that would be my approach at least. Okay, so on to the migration. Let us. Okay, my timer didn't do the thing. There we go. It's an animation bug. Don't worry about it. So, what we're going to do is we're going to start off by making essentially the players. Now, we already have like this information, but we need to have like all players because we are going to be one of the players, and this is an array of objects. Now, this needs to have all the methods that the actual connection has, but mocked so we can handle it ourselves, basically. So we're going to start off with the connection, and that's going to be essentially an instantly invoked function expression, which resolves to an actual connection. So that connection will have a send method, which sends any old stuff, and then this will call handle peer message, right? And that's a function we'll write that will be handling the incoming messages. Handle peer message. And what messages will we handle? Well, we'll have a number of them, but for now, we'll just be handling data because we don't know what we have yet. Then once we have that, we'll need to implement something else that they have, close. Now, we don't really have anything to close, but we want to call all the closing code. Now, those are the handlers, I mean. So we're going to create a dictionary, or it's basically just an object. And as I'm using TypeScript, I'm going to tell it what kind of object it is. It's a record of strings as keys and function list, an array of functions as the value. So we're going to say handlers close or empty array. So for each of the closing functions, for each func, we're going to call func. No, not fcrown. Don't know what that is. Like so. Now I believe, yeah, that's what we want to do there. And then we want to have the on. So this is when we add an event. The event name is there. Function is there. Then we want to say if the event not in handlers, we need to add it. So handlers event equal new array. Now we can push that function to the new array. So handlers event dot push to the new array, the function. Okay, now TypeScript's angry. We haven't told it what these things are. This is a string, and this is a function. Lovely. And lastly, we want the peer, which is peer ID. So that's the ID of the peer. And what is that angry about? Declaration order, of course. Peer gotta come first. And now that is happy. So that is our mock connection. Now the rest of them are going to be real connections, but that's our fake one. Now with this connection, we do need a little bit more information. So these are our players now. We're talking about our players. They need information. What do they need? Well, they need names. Display name, and it's going to be a string. And they need the answers they gave. Right here. So now already there's a recognition of what we were taking out and what we're removing it. So we had answer indexes. It's no longer a global variable. It's a variable attached to the current players. So, you know what, we'll say answer indexes just to be fully consistent and make it obvious what this represents in the old code versus in the new code. So that is essentially our player, but we're going to do something more. So again, this is for my benefit, but I do believe that for those watching, this should be for your benefit too. We're going to create a player interface. So it's going to take a little extra typing to get, but it's going to benefit us, me, and everyone else at the end of the day. So a player, what is a player? Well, it is an interface, which is a collection. It's basically a blueprint for an object, but not a class. It describes the things, but it doesn't have any of them. Like, it describes what the objects, what the keys will be, what the values will be, what the functions will be, but it implements none of them. It's just a blueprint, while a class is a blueprint with building instructions, kind of. So what is a player? A player is a thing with a display name that is a string with answer indexes, which is an array of number, and with response. So this is the latest response, which is also a number, because remember, players don't just choose which answer they want. They also have to all ready up. So that's going to be the response, is if they're ready or not. All that fun stuff. And actually, so this is a feature I'm not implementing straight off the bat, but answer indexes can be undefined at some point. That point is when we implement the timer. That's like, you got 10 seconds to answer the trivia question, folks, to prevent the Googlers among us, me included. So that will make it so some people don't have answers, but we are way far away from that. That feature, honestly, don't know if it's going to make it in this initial part of it. But okay, that is our player, and we see it's angry right now. So why is it angry? Well, it's angry if we read it. Reading TypeScript errors, they tell you everything you need to know. They also tell you a bunch of other stuff. But once you get to it, con does not exist on type player. That's the real message. So we didn't say what connection was. Now, what is connection? Well, connection is another thing. So if we look at peer.js, here it is. We have peer data connection. If I control click, it's a VS Code feature, we can jump to the type definition and see what their data connection is. So you see they wrote an interface and they wrote all this cool stuff. So our connection is their connection. Yes. They made this? No. I made this. Now we're going to call this something else, because we're not calling it data connection. We're calling it minimal data connection, because we can, and I can't think of any great names. So now we are chopping those bits off, basically taking it as our own, and now we're saying, what is a connection? A connection is a minimal data connection. And Con is very angry because there are 15 things, and 8 more, that we said it has, that it should have, but it doesn't have. So let's see, things that we don't need for a single player. We don't need that, don't need any of this. We might need peer. We don't need to know if it's open or the metadata or all this. I mean, knowing if it's open might be cool, but we can add this later. So we're deleting all this stuff. We don't need off because we're never going to use that. And we'll keep these around because they're cool. Do we need close? Probably. Yeah, we'll keep close around. That's cool. And now if we look, the error, it's gone. TypeScript is satisfied. So now what we're going to do is essentially, because remember, we making this multiplayer compatible, but single player working first. So that's the first half of it. now we have handle peer message and all this other stuff. So again, let me comment out all this logic. There we go. And we have our peer interface. We need to essentially at this point begin the logic. So let's go back to our HTML. And remember, this isn't the start button. This is now the ready button. Yep, this is the ready button. So when we click this, we're saying we're ready. Then when we click it again, we're saying we're not ready. Although I think we'll only do ready. We won't implement not ready because no one got time for that. So let's go to our click event listener. And instead of doing all this lovely logic, we're going to move this elsewhere. Where are we moving it? We haven't made that place yet. So we're essentially going to, what will we do? We'll just send the message. We don't have a message to send yet, but we'll send response. So we're sending a response. Now what is that response? I'm basically coming up with my own schema at this point now. Actually, we're not sending that as separate. We're sending that in here. So we're sending our data packets, which is basically just the format for our data. It's going to have two things. It's going to have an action, and it's going to have data. And the action is going to be a string, and data is going to be whatever it is. So we're saying ready true. Now let's write our function send message. And this is action string data any, because we don't know what this could be. Now what we're going to do is we're going to iterate through all the players and send this message for const player of players, capital S, player dot send dot connection dot send. See, TypeScript saves my day again. Sends this action and this data in one lovely object. So that's good there. Now we wrote a method for receiving somewhere up here. Let's go find it. Somewhere up here. Here it is. I'm going to try to keep all these things together until I have to break into different files, but that's coming real soon. So we know this receives an action and a data. Now we're just going to go ahead and console log action and data because we haven't yet anything to do with it. But if we have this and we go to Chrome and we click ready, you see we have received action and data. Now, so has every connected player that we are connected to. But since we're only connected to ourselves, we have sent the message through the interface, through our own little players global, out to the world, if there was a world to send it out to, and we've also received it ourselves. So this, if it didn't make sense before, when I was like explaining how like Minecraft, when you play single player, like you're really connecting to your own server, just like other players would connect to your own server. So when you're doing single player, it's just your client and your own local server. If that part didn't make sense before, hopefully it does now. We are like, we have all the connections of like everyone we're connected to, including ourself. So and then we have all the other people. So when we send a message of an action, we're sending it not only to ourselves, but everyone else who's also connected to it. So again, I know I didn't explain this well, but if you've ever played Minecraft, that should make sense there. Or if you've played like, I don't know, first-person shooters like Call of Duty and stuff like that, you'll know that they do things hosted where there's one person, and like that's the opposite of what we're doing here. So again, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. If not, hopefully it'll make sense as we code it out. So let's make some more JavaScript. So we got some code starting to written, but look at this file. Look at this file. This file's so big. We need to break this out. So great thing, you can create a new file, and we're just going to start taking stuff that we don't want in this file out of this file. So one of the things is types. So again, this may just be a preference for me, but I like to put all my types and all my weird TypeScripty stuff in its own file because I already don't, my files are already long enough. You just write this little export syntax. We haven't learned about this, but this is how you import and export things in ES6, which is what we write code in, modern code in at least. So what's this? What's this? What's that? What is all this cool stuff? That's right, this function. That's why I'm just moving. I'm moving too many things at once. Let's interface player, interface those. They all leave this file. Go to a new file. So I don't want to scroll past you every time I gotta scroll. And this can be done in your normal JavaScript too. You don't need TypeScript to put things in different files. The only difference is that you don't write this, you just do it in the HTML as another script tag. So this is the way you do it in the normal non-TypeScript version. Just keep adding them, make sure the order is correct. But in TypeScript or modern build systems, you use fancy import syntax. Okay, so now that is working. We have peer, we have players. I'm going to close that. We have that logic there. Shuffle. This has nothing to do here. This can go elsewhere to our helpers function. So this is a staple of projects that get big and you don't know where to put things. You create a helpers or a utility function, and that's where some logic that maybe doesn't belong to anything specifically, that's where it goes. Let's see, show screen. I kind of need that here, but I'm going to go put it up there. Like, I don't know, I'm start just spacing this stuff around. I know I'm breaking all the rules, but the file's getting big. Okay, let's start moving on this. Handle peer message. So what is action and what is data? Well, we know action is at least ready. So what we're going to do is we're going to add that to who it is. I think I've forgotten something. So, because I don't know who's ready. I think I forgot something. Yeah, so handle peer message needs to contain more information of the ID who sent it. So it needs to say who is sending this information. Now when I go up to the top one, I'll also send, what do I send? This.id? I think that's the right data. Or peer.id. Oh wait, so this is always. Yeah, I don't really need that because this is always myself. It's the other ones that do weird stuff. Okay, yep, this is good. So now we have the message and who's sending it. Yeah, it's yelling because we didn't do anything. So we're going to do a switch case on the action. So we're going to say case ready. And what we're going to do is we're going to find the player that this belongs to. So it's going to be players. Now, we're not going to be very protective and say, what if the player doesn't exist? If you have somehow gotten the JavaScript to a point in which you have a player that joined and you received a message from them, but they don't exist, congratulations. Just refresh the page. The error will go away. So we're going to find any player that has a player.con.peer, that is the ID of ID. Then we're going to say its response equals data. Now TypeScript is angry because like, are you sure about that? And I'm like, yes, TypeScript, I know what I'm doing. Let me write my bad code. So this says they're all ready up. Now this marks the one player as ready, but this isn't enough. We need to check if they're all ready. So if players.everyPlayer response equal true, return false since it is numeric. So we're going to check if it's equal to 1 because we got lazy with our data structures and we're just calling it 1 now, makes things easier. So if everyone's ready, then what we're going to do is we're going to say advance game, which is a function we're about to write. Advance the game. So now this is where we don't need it because we already have the HTML. So what we're going to do is start moving our existing logic up. So we have questions, and we have current question index. Where is it? Here it is. This is what we need. So advanced game. If So I'm thinking thoughts right now. So if everyone's ready, so it's basically going to be if not questions without length. So if there are no questions, then where did I put that fetch code? Oh, I deleted it, didn't I? This is the great thing about GitHub. We can do git remote v, find the old code. If I was smart, I'd be able to find it through VS Code and all that, but I'm just gonna manually navigate there because I'm a baddie. Writing bad code. Yay, this is the code I want. Copy. What do I want to do with this code? Goldfish memory's kicking in here, folks. This is where I want to be. Yep, so this is what we want to do, and then, oh, shuffle's missing. There we go. So when there are no questions, fetch the questions, set the questions, do all the stuff, and then show the gameplay screen, rendering the current question. So this is all correct. But here comes a conundrum. They're all doing this client side. So they're all going to get a different, pair of questions. How do we prevent this? Well, the prevention for this is essentially we're going to do a seeded randomizer. Now this is a little more advanced, I know, but what this basically means is that we will pick a random player, and one of them will do the question fetching. Could you diff it and just pull that line off? Yeah, I could have. I actually could have done a diff. Yeah, look, it's in the diff. Good one, yeah. There went. Where is it? Yeah, it was in here somewhere. I changed it, but yeah, a diff would have been the more efficient way to do it. But I was like, I need to find the code and streamer brain and all. But yeah, let me actually show the diff work since that's actually the proper way to do it, so you can see, so others can see. Yeah, so I lost my code. Where'd it go? We click here and we scroll around, and there is your old code. You can go into it, copy the old code from the left. It's now in your clipboard, living happily. And you can paste it. Your code has been restored. That's from the most recent change. If it's further back, there are other VS Code's commands to go more than one commit back, but you're right, that's the proper way to pull it from there. If you wanted to do CLI, you can also run git diff the command, which spits it out on the terminal, which you could copy from, but it brings all these like pluses and minuses along with it. I'd recommend, like, diff is cool, and we should learn how to use the command line interface. I don't think we should use git diffing to copy old code from the command line interface, though. I think we should use a modern tool like an editor or github.com or even GitHub Desktop or like some form of GUI. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should be figuring that out, but I'm not figuring that out. So yeah, we're fetching all the questions, and every client is fetching questions. So the way we're doing this is we're going to use a seeded randomizer to essentially, when we are here, so when players join, they're going to seed the randomizer with a number. So this is the number 0, 1, 7. So whenever we call get random on that seeded randomizer, it'll start giving us the first random number is the same. So when we first seed it, and then we first run it, they will all randomly pick the same user from the list of players, and that user alone will fetch the questions and send the questions to everyone else. So that's our synchronization method, and thankfully we only have to do this once. I am so glad that made sense, Bombaloni, because I knew, like, that's probably like, I don't know, it's one of the things that I was like, oh no, what's the plan? Because my initial plan was just like, okay, everyone fetches random questions, and the one who just happens to do it last overrides all the other ones. But then you got this thing where it's like network latency, where it takes longer to get to this one. So this one has the copy. So say we have 1, 2, and 3. So say 3 is the last one to run. This one becomes 3, but this one becomes 2, and you see how it like starts getting desynced and all. So it's like, no, 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 no. We're all gonna unanimously agree that this one is gonna be the one to pick the answers, and then they will send it out to everyone else. So that's the stable way I thought of it. Now we'll have like a minute left, so I'm just going to be like, hey, let's do JavaScript random seeded, because that's how I found it. Because JavaScript doesn't have the ability to seed your random generator. I believe Python and other languages do, but this, oh god, so I found it. Yeah, this is the one I use. I don't know what it is. It's I read this once and they said it was good. So that's the one I'm gonna use, the one I found before. So I'm just gonna put this on my helpers, and it's gonna be function generate random generator. Can I say that anymore, right? And it gives you this function. Okay, so yeah, I guess I'll just put it in the wrong thing. Yeah, Python, I know Python had, I don't know if all of them did. So we're just gonna do const A, B, C, D equals, I actually don't know what all these numbers mean, but the way I do it is, you know, I'm just gonna wrap it back up, and I will return sfc seed. I'll just say this is a number. Gonna do a little TypeScript magic here just to make things happy, but just labeling stuff. We say they're all numbers. TypeScript is happy, so we pass the same seed 4 times. Anyone who actually knows this algorithm might be screaming at me. This might be okay to use. I got no idea. But this is the function we create. And I know the timer's up. We're not going to implement this. I'm just going to show how it works now. So if we say get generate random generator with 5 rg, and then we see console log rg 3 times, we're going to see, oh, this is great, 9.3, 3.0, and 0.04. We run it again, 9.3, 3.0, 0.04. So if you give the same number every time, or the same data, it will always randomly generate in the same pattern. So this is going to be crucial, because when a client joins, we'll basically say, hey, this is the seed we're using for our data. You use it too. So that way when we say math.floor, and I'll rename this to something better, get random times players.length plus player index, they will all generate the exact same. Is this angry? Oh, because I put it on the wrong line. Yeah. They will all generate the exact same player index. And that will be the exact same user who always generates the thing. So you see, 0, it's going to be 0 every single time. So when we share this seed, they'll all have the same generator and get the same player every single time. And yeah, I think I've explained that enough. But yeah, that is it, time for break. And after this, we should be able to, in the next session, we should be able to get the functionality actually working, aka we'll be able to play a game in single player again, and using the multiplayer interface. And then we'll start on the next session, so the next after this one, we will get it working with one other player, and hopefully 2 other players. Once we get it working with 2 other players, it's infinitely scalable. But once we get it working with 2 other players, I'm dropping my ID in the thing, so if they all want to play on, we can test that out. But yeah, Python 3. Sure, Python 3 had seeded randomizers in it. Yeah, we're taking the break, but I'm looking up stuff. Yeah, Python 3 has seeding. Yeah, the JavaScript doesn't, so we gotta use the algorithms. Okay, folks, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. We'll catch you after the break, and hopefully, after this next session, we'll have a playable game. Again. Welcome back, folks. Includes just about the end of that break. Now let's get this working for single player. And I got the timer started this time. Lovely. Okay, so we have our responses. Well, we started to get our stuff going for seeding. Let's get seeding finished so we can choose who gets the who does the random comparison, and then essentially use that on single player. So we're going to start by, we need that part. Let's go on, I mean, up here is a good spot. I know, very bad code. Say let get random. And now we're going to initialize our seed to say let seed equals date.now. It's good as number as any. And this is going to be generate random generator based on that seed. When we receive messages about other seeds, we will change it accordingly. Until then, this is the seed we go with. Again, that's logic we need when we get multiplayer, not single multiplayer. Hey, welcome back in class, losers. How how are you doing? We've made a bit of progress. We got the game working fully single player. I think that's still working somewhere. Yeah, it's still working over here in the thingamabob. Yeah, glad to hear it. So yeah, this is still working. It's the last completed progress we got. You can choose things. It tells you if you're right or wrong. Very great questions. No settings yet. And then once you're at the end, it tells you how great or how bad you were, highlighting what you selected and what was actually correct. Now, if I actually care what internet is an online bookstore, what was that? Amazon? Yeah. 80 stand, Active Directory, yep. And dual core CPU, I don't know. Okay, so we got two right and one wrong. So when you get them right, they go this teal color. When you get them wrong, you selected blue, it was actually green. And this is fully working. And now what we're doing now is also I converted the project to TypeScript. Don't be scared though. It's all done now. All the hard stuff is done. But yeah, what we're doing now is we're getting the multiplayer facet working by creating the multiplayer interface locally. So what that means is basically we have our self, then we have the connections to the other clients, and in order to reduce code duplication, we also have a connection to ourself. This means that we are our own client. So when we are alone, aka we're single player, we're still technically multiplayer. So I don't know if you've ever played Minecraft, but this is how they do their logic. This reduces a lot of handling code differently when you're single versus multiplayer by just doing this. And it still works offline, much like Minecraft's single multiplayer works offline. So right now we're developing, because we had originally normal code for single player, but now we're developing this loop basically of code to work on single player. And yeah, we just got the seeded randomizer implemented, and now we need to use the seeded randomizer. So we're going to say const, who is the lucky folk who's going to be picking all of our questions. So we already have this part, which basically says, hey, whenever someone's ready, mark them as ready. If everyone says they're ready, then we advance the game. Advancing the game starts off by saying, if there are no questions, someone's got to make some questions. So what we're going to do here is basically call this get random that we made to pick a random user. And since the order is kind of important, we're going to sort them by their IDs. So const IDs equals players dot, well, capital players, because I remember how to type that. Players dot map player. Then we want it done by their player dot connection IDs, which is called peer for some reason. I didn't make it up. That's what it's called. So we want to grab all their IDs and we want to sort them, because we just want to sort the strings at this point. And those are our IDs. I want to pick a random one. So it's the same ID index. I guess it's ID. And that will be players. And this will be IDs indexed by the same JavaScript random from array algorithm that we all know and love. But instead of calling math.random, we're calling getRandom time IDs dot length. So now we are using the seeded randomizer. So when all the clients pick a random user, it'll always be the exact same user, even though they're all generating it on their own. They use the algorithm. The algorithm guarantees that if starting with the correct same data, get the same output in the same order. So now we check, hey, are we that player? And an easy way to check if, no, I guess yeah, we need to add a little logic to our player. That's going to be self. So into our type definition, player self is an optional boolean. It's an optional true. So basically, I'm going to check if the player we found is self. So Cost player equal players dot find player dot id, which we have to go through conp here, equals id. So this is guaranteed because we literally just got this from the array. And we say if player dot self. So if it me, then me am but TypeScript's like, are you sure that's an object? It could be undefined. We're like, don't worry, TypeScript. I'm sure I found it. So now we fetch the questions. No, we're gonna do the opposite. So we're gonna say if not self, and then return, because less indentation. We already got so much. We don't want to build that pyramid too large, folks. So now we're fetching the questions, we're getting the things, we're pushing it to data, then we're showing the screen, we're rendering the question, and now we need to share. We need to call send message with, what message are we calling? We're sending questions. We're going to be explicit. We're going to call it update. We're going to call it set questions. And I'm calling it, no, well, my indecision is showing, folks. Set questions. We'll keep it camel case. It has no impact because it's string comparison, but feels right. Now, what data are we sending? We are sending the questions. Okay, now that I'm thinking about this, if there are existing questions, we want to get rid of them. So questions dot splice. This is the trick to empty an array. 0 to how many are we deleting? Questions dot length. So we delete everything in the array, then we add our new questions to it. Lovely. This is all good. Last time I checked. Okay, now we're sending the message to set the question. And I made a mistake. I started being all like, ooh, this is fancy. We're gonna do all this stuff on the client side, which we will do, but we're not doing it right here. We are doing it when we receive the message of set question. So let's add another conditional. Case set question. Need to be type specific here. Then we're going to say get rid of all our questions and push our current question, and then show the gameplay and render the screen. And just for safety, we're going to add a default case. Console error unknown action. So if something goes wrong, aka I make another typo because I literally made one 20 seconds ago, then we'll say, hey, I didn't expect you. And lovely. Okay, this is great. Now, I do need to parse the questions. So that part did need to be in there. I was like, let's take it all out. It's like, no, I needed a little bit of it. There we go. Now we're not calling questions push, so I have to, again, I took too much again. Goldilocks here. That parenthesis there. Auto format. Thank you, VS Code. So we do need to push the questions. So questions.push data. Yes, so we got rid of the old ones. We have the new ones. Now, we can't play the whole game yet, unfortunately. If only. But we should be able to get to the questions page. Well, we can try and get to the questions page. Let us see what is up. So we're just going to check. So this is good old debugging. I don't know where we're at. So we're just going to do a binary search or just start throwing stuff around. Hi. Okay, we got hi. So let's check. Did we go into advanced game? Oh, thank you, VS Code, for getting me the wrong stuff. And we'll just log the length for this because that will double us up. Ah, we did not go into advanced game. So every player's response was not 1. Okay, let's see why. So let's console log data, and let's console log this. But instead of every, I want to just see all the player responses. So we're swapping the comparison and changing to a map. Let's see what we got. So true. It's a Boolean. I said I would send numbers, but I didn't. I sent a Boolean. True. So again, when you use any, TypeScript can't save you. So I used any, TypeScript couldn't save me. The length of questions is 0. Okay, this is good. 78. This is happening. Ah, I said player.check. Yeah, Bombaloni, when you don't have anything interesting to say, it's just like, hey, hi. Or you start getting real angry, and it's like, here. This is sometimes what I go with, like, I am here. Start speaking to it. Maybe just like a little louder, it might work, you know? Yeah, everyone's got their own language of how they speak to their console. So yeah, this one player needs a self of true. Now, if we do this, boom, I randomly chose a player, myself, and that player generated the questions. That player then sent every other player, including myself, the questions. I then received the questions, and I rendered the questions. How many times can I say questions in this sentence? Who knows? But now we got single player logic, because like, I'm single player, so we have this weird hybrid of the multiplayer code and the single player code. Unfortunately, we can't live with that hybrid, so that's actually some good progress. I am shocked. I mean, I guess I'm not too shocked, but I did not expect the single player code to still work with this. But that just goes to show how. That goes to show nothing. I got lucky. I lucked out. That shows nothing. Okay, so that's good logic. Now what we want to do is, so we have the ready, and we have the questions. We need to handle the answer. So when they click the button, what's going to happen when they click the button? So it's going to do the alert, and then it's going to send the answer out. So when we send the answer out, here's the alert. There it is. So here we go. We go to the next question. We don't go to the next question because they all need to be in sync. We don't want one person just clicking through and being at the end while everyone else is at the beginning. So this is like a waning thing. Once everyone answers the question, we move forward. I don't think I'll have enough time, but a timer would also like force the game not to be stalled by one person sitting. Yeah, this is my logic, and this actually, I'm taking the logic. Oh, so yeah, we call here send message. What are we sending? We're sending an answer. What answer are we sending? We're sending the answer index. Let's start moving that there. Moving that there. Moving that there. Okay, good. Now that goes there, and we take this away, and this goes in our handle of, hey, if we just received an answer, be it from ourselves or anyone else. Oh no, I'm getting that. Let me scroll up real quick. Semanticsation answer doesn't look right. Answer. Yeah, it looks like it's spelled wrong. Okay, so there. Answer. VS Code tells me it's right. So now what we're going to do is, when we have all the answers, so again, I'm just copying this thing around my clipboard, like I'm just going to keep dragging it till I find out where it goes, but for now, we're going to do the logic we did before, which is find the player who gave the answer and set the response to the thing. Now, response is generic for this reason, because it's response, it's answers, it's all this stuff, but eventually we will put it in answers. You know what? Nah, I don't know what. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. And then we're going to check if everyone has a response. Kind of like this again. So if everyone has a response. Now, it's not going to be 0 because you can pick 0, 1, 2, or 3. So we're just checking that the response exists. We're going to advance the game. Now, this brings up other logic that we never cleared the responses. So when we advance the game, we want to do stuff. But then we want to clear the responses. So hold on, advanced game has a function in it, async. So it's got to be all promise happy. Advanced game, got to make this async. We don't have to, but await advanced game. Now here, again, I'm copying that piece of code around until I find a place for it. We need to clear all the responses. So players for each player. Player.response equals, well, actually, it doesn't matter what we set it to. I'll use delete to be proper and actually delete it, but we just need to clear the responses. So whatever they said what they said, we heard what they said, we reset the responses so they can now say something else. So now we'll do that same logic there, and we will await it. The reason we're doing this await is because eventually advanced game will use the responses, so we want to make sure that we don't clear it before advanced game needs it. I don't know what they're going to need it for, but it's probably going to need it for something. Okay, yep, so if everyone has a response, then we are advancing the game. So if everyone's answered, we're going, and then in advanced game, so if no questions length, we do all this logic. Otherwise, there are some questions. So we're going to move forward a question, right? Right, we're moving forward a question. And then if we're at the end, we're rendering game over. But if we're not at the end, then we're still rendering a question. Huh. Nothing seems wrong, but it seems like something's missing. I know that makes no sense. Like, nothing's wrong, but something's wrong. Huh, so I want to advance the game. Yes, I need to track the user's answers, so because we need to track what people answered, so at the end we could say how right and wrong they were. So at some point in our event loop, when we get them, we add them. I guess we can add it here, right? Yeah, so we can get the const player equals here, because before my logic was, oh, they can click it and then they'll hit like submit. I'm not saying anything useful. I thought my logic was different, but apparently it's the same, in which we're saving the response and we are saying answer indexes push data. So we're adding it to the indexes and to the current response. I didn't want to risk, I guess I can use answer indexes to make sure they're all the same length. I might do that with some extra break time, but I don't know, let's just YOLO it now. I still have client code. I don't know if this is working or not. I can't tell. Render game over. This is awkward. Checked equals false. Const checked equals false. So much broken code. Yeah, so we have that. We have render question. Sorry, it's such a weird feeling that usually when I write code, it doesn't work first try, but it is. Okay, it's working. I don't trust it. Why is it working? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I mean, the logic, yeah, it just feels like something's missing. Okay, yeah, so what we do is so let's update that render, update the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, if it's working, then this should work. This is my test, if this code can handle it. So yeah, we don't use checked anymore, because actually we do use checked. So we need to get the answer indexes of ourself, right? So find self. Find yourself. Yeah, Bombaloni, this is the smoothest project I've done on stream. It's really stressing me out almost. Self equals players dot find player dot self. So yeah, we find ourself, find yourself. Then we say, hey, did we answer this thing for the right thing? We tell TypeScript, don't worry, we found ourself. Okay, this is good. So this should be able to show our own answers. I am wrong, I'm statistically bad. Okay. This is working really well. Okay, now this ain't multiplayer friendly, so technically this is mostly good enough. So all we're missing is the client joining part, which I'm not implementing in 4 minutes. So what I will be doing is I'll be implementing the counters. So if 3 people answer 1 Gbps, we want some kind of indicator of that. So we'll have like a little +3. It's very fancy, I know. So we have correct counter. We want how many people answered this question. const count selected count. Yeah, that seems right. And we want essentially this logic, but for every player. So copy some of it. Players.map player. Huh. Yeah, I know this ain't gonna work first try. So we want to map. We want to filter. We want to map and filter. We want to filter all the ones, and then we say dot length. Hey, anyone been on Code Wars? You've seen this pattern before. We're counting how many things in an array past a conditional. Then we're using length to get the count. So selected count. Where am I doing this? I'm doing it here. So I'm saying selected count. If you got a count, then say plus. Oh, look. Oh, watch me embed another template literal in here. None of you can read this. It's on purpose now. No one can read this template literal. Plus selected count. Watch me not type selected count properly. Or empty string. Watch the auto formatter. Oh, the auto formatter just gave up. I said auto format. It was like, I put it on a new line. That's all I do. Okay, this feels good. Yeah, I'm just gonna be wrong. It don't matter. Okay, so we had one person C++. Okay, I'll fix that later. One person answered that. One person answered false, and one person answered Russia. Okay. Wait, RS isn't the top level domain for Russia? Well, that's a new one to me. Serbia. You go, Serbians. Okay, so this is working, like, really stably. I guess this was kind of like the easy part, translating it from old single player to new. Now we got here's the thing. Here right now, if players, like, they have to do a refresh. Rue, yeah. Oh, RS. Oh, I'm blind. Look at that. I am blind. RS. RU is for Russia. RS is for Serbia. Yep, so I was right. I was just wrong now, so I was wrong about my being right then. Stream brain. Good call, Bombaloni. So yeah, this is, oh no, what have I done? Okay, so when I select one, I know what happened. My logic is checking if it's truthy. Hey, good old truthy. I have to go find the code. There you go. So it checks if the response, it doesn't check if it exists, it checks if it's truthy. So to check if it exists, I have to say is not undefined. There we go. So now, that was a good one. It was a good bug, but I don't know. It was good to me. And with that, wait a minute. This game's playable. I can push it back to GitHub Pages. Yes. Convert multiplayer code. Convert code to multiplayer. Yeah, it seems like a good thing to call it. There we go. What's this? I added a new script. That's cool. What's this? I changed the button name. That's cool. I added a helpers file. I added so much code. Yes, I'm committing the comments. And I added types. There we go. I save. I git push. Now, this ain't on GitHub Pages, so I'm going to do my little trick. So, there are two approaches. I either go to GitHub Pages, then I update that branch with the main branch, then I push the updated GitHub Pages. But I don't care about the history of GH Pages, so I'm going to delete GH Pages. Then I'll make a new branch, GitHub Pages. Then I'll check out to that branch. Then I'll run npm run build, so I have all my static assets. Then I'll run git add public force, git push, git commit, the message of deploy, then git push origin GitHub Pages, and watch when I do this, it's going to be angry. Angry, yeah, because the commits do not like align. Like if I were to draw this out, we have the old commits. Uh, I'll watch this be a great graph. Then we have the new one that I just made, which was from here. But we had the old one, which was from here. So this is the branch with one commit on each. So and they have it as like all they see is here, and they see me trying to push this to here, and it doesn't make sense because they're different points in history. It's literally saying that, oh, you must be behind or you must be in the past somewhere in the middle here, because that's all I can see. So what I just say is I say force. Do not do this to other people's code. They will not like you running force. Like, be sure, like this is fine because it's GitHub pages, but people, it's not a good practice to force unless you're sure either A, no one committed out that code, it's GitHub pages, no one would have, or B, actually that's pretty much the main reason why you would never want to force on something. So yeah, if no one's committed to that, it's safe to force on. Although I guess there might be some CI/CD things that are oh, I posted to a localhost too. Is that gonna Okay, let me turn off my server locally and see how. I think it'll still work, you just won't. Oh no. Please close. Eh. So this is supposed to close it, but it's not. I don't know if it's because my Linux is so 181.287. I don't know if it's because my Linux is so put together in shambles, but I don't know, it just. Why's that working? Let me look at the code that's gotten deployed here. Oh, I can't look at the code. Okay, has GitHub pages completed yet? I know this is supposed to be the break. I'm just want to make sure this is working. 2 minutes ago. Yeah, it's supposed to be working. Okay, yeah, so this is still working. Hold on. I'll take it seriously now. What? It stopped working. Nope. Okay, just took a moment for internet. Okay, that's a good thing I gotta do. Um, to do. Or just put it in the JS file. Put it in the TypeScript file. Disable ready button after clicking. Yeah, I mean, there's never gonna be an issue I won't run into. It just might be obscure, but it might be weird, but there's always gonna be an issue. So yeah, I have to after I click the disable button, I gotta disable it because I can do this, which technically worked, but who knows what that's gonna do. So yeah, Swift was created to replace what was it, Objective-C? Yeah, the Tor, the Onion router. Yeah, coding language was #1 on GitHub in 2015. Oh, it's got to be Python or JavaScript at this point. Was JavaScript that popular? It was. 100% oh, hey. And it's still working identical to before. Literally no user features have changed. Want to check out the new code or y'all get bored during the break? Test your trivia knowledge. And with that, it is break. Welcome back, folks. Break is just about ending, and I have no interest in jinxing myself, but with how productive last Pomodoro session was, I think we might be able to actually finish the multiplayer portion right in this one. But first, of course, we have a little button problem. Button, who's got the button? We got the button. Yeah, disable that button. So starting that Pomodoro timer up, let's disable the ready button when we click it. Since we have yet to implement resetting, we don't need to worry about enabling it. So not change, start game button. Here it is. And since we don't have it, we're just going to current target. So say current target dot disabled equals true. TypeScript is like, yeah, that's not a button. And I'll be like, it's okay, it's a button. Believe me. Believe it. Well, TypeScript did save me there. Disable is not a property. Disabled is. So let's use the right browser. I should close this tab. That's going to confuse me. Click it twice. It disabled. Boom. Okay, let's make the most important commit. Well, that was close. I almost made a mistake there. So everyone look. I'm on the GitHub Pages branch. I need to be in the main branch. Oh, look, it's even being angry because changes exist. Do that. There we go. Okay, I almost made the commit to the wrong branch. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. I could have recovered it by like decommitting or like moving the commit to another branch. But it's easier to just do things right the first time than fix them when you break them. So let's say, and disable ready button when ready. There we go. That's a great message. Okay, that's good. Now for another break. No. That would have been the shortest session ever. Oh yeah, so now that I've done that, so when I change branches, this is because I'm doing all this manually. The build breaks, so I have to rerun that command. And then the git npm run dev command. So again, when y'all are making your own, you don't have to do any of this. I do because I'm being weird and I want TypeScript because of my goldfish memory. But now it's working. Lovely. Swift was to make. I guess there aren't that many programming questions in this trivia. I don't know what that button. I mean, there's a fair amount of them. Oh yeah, the session token means I sometimes get duplicates. Might be a popularity thing. Who knows? But it's time to make this multiplayer game handle multiple players. So there are two more things that we need to kind of implement. So they're messages, and I'm kind of doing this. No, it's not do it out of order. Let's do it in order, like normal folk. So we have to implement the connection logic now. So let's open this giant commented out blob of code. So when we receive a connection. We also need to get their display names. Well, we don't need display names if we never display them, and we're not displaying them, so we don't need display names just yet. Yay. So we have that. I suppose we'll start. The first thing we need to do is when we open, we do need some logic up here. So when we get our ID, we need to set our own self's ID to my ID. This is important for when I try to find things. And instead of using self, how has this been working? Oh, this has been working because I've been using a local server, localhost. But when this goes to the web, the IDs will take time. It won't be accurate. So I'm initially setting it to pure ID, and that's going to be undefined initially. So I will, when I get the ID, I'll set it. So I'll say players, find player. Player is self. I should really rename that to is self. ID equals ID. Lovely. Well, it's not ID. Thank you. TypeScript, save the day again. It is connection.peer equals ID. Yay, TypeScript. So now that is essentially got that logic down. And that's all we should be doing on the open. Like, We could be doing this on join logic. You know what? This is the only way to join other players. So we need this right now. Okay, yeah. So we're going to keep this here. So when we join other players, we're opening, closing, error data. Okay, we can make the error one. Let's simplify this error because we don't need all that. We just need console error. It will log our errors for us. When we close, connection close. So okay, this is where we need to create our player object. Let player equals thing, and since I'm Goldfish, I'm going to be like, yo, TypeScript, this is a player. Tell me what's missing. And it's like, you're missing a lot of stuff. So I'm like, add the missing stuff. And it's like, this is some stuff that satisfies the types. And it tries. And it's like, they don't know what to do with connection. That's okay, because I haven't defined connection yet. There we go. Now, let's use the VS Code refactoring, F2, rename it to con. Some rename called everything called con. And look at that. This is it's starting to all come together now. That type definition we wrote for minimal data connection with all this stuff on it is compatible with a real data connection. So that's the power of TypeScript interfaces. They're two completely different things, but as long as they share, like they do what this is, it doesn't care how it's implemented, as long as it has a method. Well, I'm here now. As long as it has a method called close, as long as it has these methods and this property of these types, TypeScript is like, you're good, go for it. So I've created this player. Well, I want to add the player, right? Yeah, so players.push. We got a new player. Now, what do we want to do now? Does their ID? Yeah, their player is con.here, so their ID is there. So this is where the data starts happening. So when they send us data, we want to say we got data. Now thankfully, we've already done a rewrite. We have a method specifically written for handling peer messages. It's called handle peer message, and it takes the ID, so it's con.peer, and an action in the data, which is currently this thing, yes. Yeah, Bombaloni, I'm happy. Happy it's interesting. Oh, about TS. My eyes are like, what interesting about TS? Yeah, TypeScript. It is fun. Like I said, now, if you were like here for the whole, I don't think you saw the part where I had to manually set up TS config and package JSON. But usually, when you do TypeScript, if you'll be introduced to it or when, it's a lot simpler. All you gotta do is like when we get to React or wherever we're going Express, it's just one or two commands and you're done. You don't have to really configure anything. If you go back and if you were here or if you watch the VOD and you see the entire Pomodoro session the entire Pomodoro session I spent getting this TypeScript working, that is not par for the course. That's because I'm wacky and I'm doing it myself. Yeah. I mean, I didn't start in TypeScript, to be honest. I only implemented TypeScript when I added Pure.js because I was able, like, for me, TypeScript takes off the mental load of having to remember every little thing. Like, I don't remember. I'm just gonna let the compiler remember it for me, you know? So that's like the main advantage I find of TypeScript. Plus, like with this Pure, I'm just like, I have to go look at the documentation. What does this connection thing have? No, I don't. I tell VS Code, and VS Code just can read the TypeScript and tell me all the stuff I can do. Like, I can check if it's reliable if I want. Do I know what that means? Not really, but it's there for me to use. It's like that's when like you would have to look at the documentation, but I don't know. Pure.js, they're not the most documented library. If you go with more modern things like MUI or like more popular libraries, they'll have comments when you hover over this stuff built into the type definitions. So it's useful to use. That's for sure. So yeah, we're joining ABC. We got all this code to work out. Okay, so this is when we I do have to get this part working. So, yeah, and the only way we're joining is with URLs. So, this is joining that person's ID, creating a player, pushing the player. We say open. When we say close, we only want to push the player when they open. Yeah, we don't want to push unopened players. And then when they close, we want to splice the player out. So players, splice. This is basic JS. I mean, it's not basic JS, it's pure JS here. So how to remove an object from an array? Well, first you find the index of it. So that will be players find index or index of, since that will compare by reference and value. So it's the same object. Index of this player object. I want to remove 1. There we go. So we remove the player from the list or from the array at whatever index it is perfectly. Now connection, we say, yeah, they connected. We push them so they're readable. On the data, we do that thing. Okay, so this is us joining someone else. So that's half of it. But when someone else tries to join me, I gotta do stuff here. It's mostly the same stuff though, so wet code. There we go. I have access to incoming great messages. Incoming connection, which is going to be on dot here. Yep. We're not creating a connection, we're using an existing one. So when they join, connection to whoever that is, opened, closed. Again, I have that feeling of there's so much missing here, but I'm gonna go with it. So we're creating multi windows. Here we go. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3. They are doing nothing. So they're the ones that won't be joining. But then this one is ABC and they're joining 1, 2, 3. Yes, I have amazing names. Click ready. Click ready. It didn't work. That's okay. I was getting too confident. Like, man, this is working so well. Let's look for some errors. That console's happy. How about this console? So joining 1, 2, 3, connection to 1, 2, 3 opened. Incoming connection ABC. Connection ABC opened. Okay, nothing wrong per se. So our logic for readiness, we'll just go down there and console log and see what is up. Yeah, so apparently all the responses were not 1. So, okay, so I'm going to do a little cheeky power here. So usually in JavaScript, you're like, I wonder how the variable players is doing. Let's type it in. But since players, but since we're using some form of transpilation or compilation in which our code is transformed into different code, it's not available, and it's out of scope. Because if we look at the real JavaScript, it's all inside this function here, so we can never see. Actually, let's look at it. Players. Yeah, you see it's inside this function, so we can't just say players in the console and have access to it. But a trick is to just be like, hey, TypeScript, be quiet for a moment with the little TS ignore. I have to type it right. And then you say window.players equal players. And this trick works React, literally any library you want. You can just attach stuff to the window and you can mistype things and then it'll eventually work. Okay, let's see what's going on. Incoming connection ABC, ABC open. So let's look at them all. There, here are our players now. That's a little zoomed out. That's okay. We have 0. They have a data connection. Or 1 has a data connection with a peer ID of 1, 2, 3. I have a data connection of ABC. Let's click the buttons. Now let's close this and run players again. Answer indexes. I'm not seeing my response. Do you have a response? Answer con. We see no response. Interesting. So let's just check if this is, so yeah, we're gonna do some good old debug logging. So I'm just gonna say send so I can start distinguishing these out. What are we sending? Action and data. Data-D. Now up here we're gonna say console.log handle. Now what are we gonna say? We're handling from ID action and data. Save it. Go to the other one. Okay, so I sent one and 123 sent, players. Interesting. So I'm sending ready. We'll go into here while we're at it. So response equals data. Data is 1. I'm not getting an error here. This would throw an error if it wasn't found. Let's find the affected player and just be like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, so now I see a response. Oh. Oh, now it's gone. Oh. I'm deleting the response like 2 lines below. Okay, so this deletion of responses should only happen when you successfully do the thing that you're supposed to do. Yeah, that makes sense. That also reminds me I need to delete responses to the previous answers. Again, these unique behaviors worked in single player because there was only one. But yeah, when you get to multiple, things start catching on fire. So, gotta love debug messages. Ready? Ready? Look at that, folks. The exact same questions. That is progress there. Okay, and look, we got messages. Germany. I selected Germany. I can select after I selected, so that's awkward. Oh, no, wait, no, that's changing my answer. That's perfectly acceptable. I don't know. We're gonna go through this. It's gonna take me double the time because I gotta click them all. Maybe I won't alert anymore. Yay! So let's see. I mean, this looks pretty great. Let's close these consoles a bit. My amazing CSS isn't really helping there, but yeah, we can see, one person answered Michelle Roberts, the other person answered Radia Perlman. Oh yeah, I answered. So this left 123 answered Radia Perlman, and then ABC answered Michelle Roberts. Yeah, we both answered 1,000. So yeah, looking good. Again, it feels like something's missing on this one. And here's all our answers. So yeah, I'm gonna look at something. So I did a push. Now I gotta look at these answer indices. Nope, that's not what I'm looking at. So I think this is doing unintended behavior. So if everyone readies up, and I open this console, actually it doesn't matter which console, I select C++ and I change it to Objective-C, yeah, it keeps adding to the array. It's not what I want, which means I'm not pushing to answer indices here anymore. It is here that I'll push to answer indices. So essentially here, I'm going to take everyone's responses and move them from responses to the answers indice. Hey, Cookie Bro, welcome. Oh, I got my first bot. That is adorable. This is awkward. Chat settings. Shmod. How do I delete that? How do I delete that? There we go. Delete your message. Yay, first bot. Gotta love it. Feel free to not spam links to sketchy websites. Cookie Video, more than welcome to stay. Yeah, glad to see that it's gone. Thanks for the confirmation there, Jeannie. Yeah, though I'm moving my responses to From response to answers. Okay, there we go. That's the think thought. That's the thought I needed to think. So for const player of players, player dot answer indexes push player dot response. Don't worry, TypeScript, it's there. Now we say delete player dot response, and that means my alert that I have going on ain't good anymore. So I'm just gonna get rid of it entirely, because this essentially, I start, I'm ready, I can choose and I can change my answer. Ain't that? Ada Lovelace is the first programmer. Sure. Main CPU, I don't know. Layer 4 of, I don't know. Hey, there we go. It's a lot more user friendly than that giant alert modal in our face. Yeah, this is working great. No reset button, so if you leave, you gotta rejoin different people. Or, I mean, I guess I'm using with the URL. It's technically usable, just not good UI. Maybe in the next session, I get the UI looking good. So what I want to do, I would like to show them when they get it right or wrong in the instance, but it would be after everyone gets it, after everyone submits it, then show the thing. Don't think I'm doing that in 3 minutes though. So let's do something else. Let's get resetting going. So once you get to this page, there should be a button that goes back to the home page, clears all the answer queues. What else do I need to clear? Okay, I can chuck that away now. Thank you, TypeScript. Resets the question index, clears the questions array. So those 3 things. Wait a minute. Something just happened. I realized something happened. How? Okay, so if I'm 1, 2, 3, and I join 1, 2, 3, how are they agreeing on who generates the questions when I didn't transfer the seed data? The randomizers not synced. I never synced them. It shouldn't be working. This is the first time where my feeling of I'm missing something is legit. So let's look at this console log. Okay, let's do a refresh on this one. Yeah, the seeds are completely different. How is that? Oh, so it's between 2. So I literally got a 50% chance. I'll get there eventually, 50%. Gotta hit it. I can increase my odds. New tab. Shrinky. Yeah, so who are we? We are DEF, and we're joining ABC. One more tab, folks. Yeah, so you're joined there. There we go. Third client up and ready. Shouldn't it? It should. Yeah, that is the intended behavior. So it's supposed to show every user the same question. But that feature shouldn't be working. So like the logic is that they're supposed to all use the same random seed generator to determine which one is generating and fetching the questions. But let's see, send set questions. Yeah, so yeah, you're right that this is the intended behavior, but with the code I written, this should not be happening. They should all be having wrong questions. But it's working, which is kind of like, well, it's working, but on the other hand, I feel like I'm just being statistically lucky right now. Man, I'm really statistically lucky though, aren't I? Okay, let's see why this is working. It's like that meme. My code's working and I don't know why. My code's not working and I don't know why. So let's do the advanced game. Is the logic. So they're all not seeded with the same thing. Console log. Seed and ID. Yes, log it there. Let's move it up there. You know, Y'all don't need to see this one. I'll adjust my other screen. Make it a little easier on myself. Fresh, so everyone gets ready. So seed is 5857 2067. Okay, let me expose it and let me test the math myself. So we're calling get random. We're gonna say at ts ignore window.getRandom equals getRandom, and we're doing this manually. We called getRandom. So we called it 5 times. We should have the exact same, and we shouldn't have it, but behaviorally 38701. Oh, wait a minute, that wasn't right. Let me move it around. 38679. 387016. Okay. The first number is always the same. So if the algorithm experts were in chat right now, they'd know exactly what's going on. But it seems the first 2 numbers are consistently the same. Let me see, it's just the same no matter what the seed value is. And it's the third number that differentiates. But since I'm using... Okay, yeah, so this is more of a math algorithm reason that it's working. This is acceptable. It's not permanently acceptable because I want a replay or like a reset button so players can keep playing. So if they play a 3rd round, the questions will desync. Now we can't test that because it can only play 1 round at a time. But yeah, that should... Yeah, so I understand the problem now. Solution is still the same as it was before. I was just really confused about why it wasn't occurring. Math is the reason it wasn't occurring. So let's add this logic. Add multiplayer connection logic. It's a good message. So I honestly don't know this algorithm, how it works, but the seed is not the same. So when I refresh, where'd my message go? Yeah, here it is. The seed is actually not the same, but because of the algorithm I picked, no matter what the seed is, for the first 2 values, it's always the same, it seems. Console. Yeah, please ignore TypeScript. There we go. Yeah, so you see the seed in this case is, let's make this bigger because all we care about. It ends in 1822. So if I call get random 3 times, so with first one we'll get 0.03, 0.81, 0.31. Now if I refresh, completely new seed, 0.03, 0.81, 0.46. Is it directly using the seed instead of feeding into the random? Huh. I understood some of those words, so it is directly using the seed. Now I am doing something that's probably what you're not supposed to do. This SFC32 algorithm takes 4 numbers, and I'm passing the same number in for all 4, so I'm imagining that's why it's not good. So I think that might be the solution to the fake randomization, is actually passing 4 numbers. I'll try that. A, B, C, D. Yeah, at this point I'm just returning the function. Because I was like, oh, this it seemed to work in local testing, like the last time I used this function. Apparently I didn't use it this heavily. So if we just generate 4 random seeds, and I don't know, let's just say seeds equals, and we'll somewhat randomize these up. So we'll make a new array of 4 and just date now plus math.random. So array.from length 4, Then we have thing arrow function date dot now plus math dot random times 1,000. Sure, I don't really, it just needs to be random. So if we have these 4 seeds, please be cool, TypeScript. This is okay. I'm just gonna tell TypeScript to ignore it. This is like, you're passing bad parameters. I'm like, no, TypeScript, I'm doing my thing. So 4809. That's already looking good. Or it's looking different. 4841. 0.4, 0.1, 0.81. I mean, let me look at my seeds now. This is where knowing what you're copying and pasting is actually helpful. So yeah, 24. Ooh, maybe it's the accuracy that doesn't. Yeah, let me go JS. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break. Gotta take this break, and I'm just gonna go Googling around Stack Overflow, see a better seeded random algorithm, or understand what this one does. Because maybe I'm using such a large number that it's not really affecting it. That's my current theory. That's a great question. I mean, this is the one I've always used. I just never really needed to sync them this accurately. So let's read this. Simple fast counter testing suite. 128-bit state, very fast in JS. I don't. I mean, these ones take a single number. I'll just swap it out. See what happens. Yoink and yoink. Oh, yoink. Yeah, so this one, well, this one takes a bunch of numbers, but I'll just pass it the 0th. See if that's cool. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't know. Like it says A, B, C, D. I'm assuming it's whole numbers. I'm not seeing any talkage. Yeah, they're all certain bitage, certain numbers. I'm seeing nothing about floats. So the float might be hurting it, but let's see if this new algorithm does better. Okay, it's highly bad. I mean, they're all high for some reason, but 89, 83, 73. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, yeah, so if I just give it the same number now, 0, 2, 3 zeros, and then 2, 2. Okay, this one is better for my uses. I don't know. Again, not the math wizard here. But now, I will have broken it. So I'm just thinking a thought. I was like, do I really need randomization? I do need randomization. ABC and joining equals DF. Hey, yeah, you have a good one, Jeannie. Enjoying dinner. And yeah, I'll probably yeah, it might actually be finished, but if I'm not, you'll know where to find me. And yeah, it'll probably be it'll definitely be fully functional by then. We're no two-parters tonight. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy your dinner. Hey, the randomizer broke. Yay, okay. With that, that is a success in my books. Time for the break. Be sure to stretch, rehydrate, and relax. Catch you after, where we might finish it. Welcome back, folks. Our break is coming to its end, and I've had a revelation. You're gonna love this one. It is so simple, it's almost beautiful. A little mad I didn't think of it earlier. I have simplified the random choosing algorithm to not be random. It doesn't matter if everyone gets a fair chance at fetching the questions. It matters that it's always known who is fetching the questions. We have an ordering algorithm already built in. It's called sorting. So we just sort and we pick the person at the top of the list. That's it. It's done. We do nothing else. It was that simple. The entire time. Yeah, that's simple. Can't believe I overcomplicated it. So yeah, this is now working. What are we doing now? Apparently I never made this commit, so let's add multiplayer connection logic. And now for the rest of things we want to do. We want a reset button, and that should be easy to do. Yeah, prankster, it happens. Got so complicated, like, ooh, and fancy algorithms, cool math. Yeah, that's one Pomodoro session basically down the drain. But hey, at least I learned that SFC 32 or whatever that is called, it's not that good if you give it large numbers. It's weird. I mean, technically it's accurate, but the first two are always weird. So if you ever put that in your Anki, I guess, I don't know. Try to find some takeaway from that little adventure. But yeah, the plan now is to add a reset button. So let's start with HTML. Game over page. So two things in the game over page need to happen. Restart. Yeah, Bomboloni, I know. I get that. I mean, as you can see, it sometimes happens. Game over. Because the thing is, like, I thought I needed the feature, and it's like, I don't know what the expression is. I missed the forest for the trees, or whatever that thing is. Just completely overcomplicated it. There we go. So we want to get the end game. Query selector. Game over button. Add event. Clicky click. And let's make that a right there. And we also want to disable the button as we click it. So this is one thing. We need to send message ready. That'll cycle us back. We'll actually restart. We'll just call it something different now. Don't worry, TypeScript. It is not null. Also need to const start button. So we need to re-enable this button that we disabled earlier. So a yoink, yoink, yoink. Here we go. So we say, yeah, that's what the break is good for, you know? It's a great thing of it. It's just like getting new eyes. We're just getting, yeah, I mean, it's practically new eyes on it. You just step away. Yeah, so we're removing the disabled attribute. And then here, const end button or restart button. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Restart button, there it is. So we want to disable, yeah, so when we start, and you know what, we'll just do the inverse. Yeah, so when we start, we'll re-enable the restart button. No, you don't think they are. Yeah, they are. They know what's going on. These lovely buttons. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just had to take a drink there. Had to hydrate. So the plan is when we restart, we need to handle that logic. What are we calling it? We're calling it restart. Then when everyone's ready to restart, we clear client data. Essentially, this logic, and yes, I see the wetness here. Yep. So we say the thing. If everyone's ready to restart, then we advance the game, which is technically what we're doing. Then we delete all the responses, but we're not advancing the game. We are restart. Yeah, that's a great function name. Let's make it a function now. So function restart. So lots of things need to be reset for const layer of players, big players. Player to answer indices splice 0. Player to answer indices dot length goodbye. Then for questions, gotta check all them out. Questions splice 0. Questions dot length. And yeah, so we get rid of all the players, get rid of all the things, show screen, HTML, start game. And that might be it. Probably forgot something though. Ready. Yeah, for sure. It was a very educational. So something's missing. I broke something. Broke it real good. So it's ready. Did I do all the stuff? I'm wondering how I broke ready. So this is what I like to do. I like to time travel by holding Control Z to the last state of working code. Let's hold Control Z some more. Save. And let's see how this works. Okay, so this works, which means somewhere between here and here, I broke it. So if it was the disabling state, let's find out. Aha. Okay, that means nothing. Yeah, it's a lot of well, you think of common sense, but you know, you don't really listen to it, but yeah, a lot of good things that just shows the science behind all of them too. So obviously it's down here. Let's move forward in time. Copy. All this logic is good, so it's down here. The start button, start game button. So I move the disabled from restart button and I start it. I say ready. Now the restart button, let's not do anything with the restart button. Okay, so the restart button's doing the weirdness. Okay, restart button, what have you done? So connection, sent ready, handle ready, sent ready, handle, double ready. Let's find which my browser is. Restart button is game over button, add click. Start button, remove disabled. Set current to disabled, unset the other from disabled. Let's just not send the restart message. Nope, it's not the messaging. Is it any of that? Okay. So it's one of these lines of code. Okay, it's the first one. Setting this thing disabled is very uncool, apparently. No. Okay, let's remove all the code again. This is debugging, folks. No. Okay, there it went. Am I just being impatient? No, it's not going. Okay, let's... what is... So, game over button. Let's look at HTML. Yeah, it's a real shame not having all these, like learning how to learn and actually knowing how like the most efficient way to commit all this to memory and such before like most of my school career is technically over, you know? It's like, it would have been nice to know. So I just burned all those hours inefficiently memorizing and trying to just reread stuff. Yeah, Pinkster. I assumed it meant high school days. Let's just remove the restart button logic. Now it's not happening. Okay, so I clicked right, then I clicked left after I refreshed right. I clicked left, click right. Oh, so it's a clicking order. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel really messed out. Okay, so this is good. I found out that it's not anything else. It's handling. So I sent ready one. I received 123 ready one. I send ready one. I receive my ready one. But neither. So it must be the question fetching cone. So if we click U and you click U, nope. Click U, nope, nope. Come on, click connect. And then these two. Ah, because the ordering. I mean, someone has to be connecting. Who's doing it? 123 is doing it. So why aren't you doing it? Oh, you never even got ran into the logic. Okay, advanced game never hit for you. So you're handling. So undo. Let's not save it. You sent ready one. You received. Okay, so send messages over here. You're sending it. You're receiving it, but you're not sending it over there. Huh. Yeah, they're one key away. I can see how that would happen, Prankster. Let's see. So let's break through the logic. Nope, not that page. This page and this page. So we have this one, and then you connect. Incoming connection, connection opened. So I say I'm ready, and then you say you're ready, but you don't tell me you're ready. But if you say you're ready, then I receive your readiness. So when you say you're ready, I get it. Do I get your ready? I do. So when I say I'm ready, I never receive your ready anymore. Glad hopefully someone could have followed that. I couldn't follow myself on that. So when they join me, so that's on connection. Handle peer message. Connection on data. It's here. Players push, players splice. Ooh, if there's a message being sent as soon as they connect, it's not happening because the player don't exist. No. If that's true, then wouldn't be able to get this far. What an interesting race condition I'm getting. ABC, wait, I'm getting double. Is that a double there? Handle ABC ready 1. Okay, 130. So I'm sending a single instance of ready 1, and I'm getting what happened to players. Players corrupted, or players got corrupt somehow. Where are we doing this? We're doing this here. Somehow we got players all corrupted. So you go there, you go there. You ready, you ready. That's the working one. You ready, you ready. Okay, players, what is up? Yeah, we have ABC. We have 1, 2, 3. You have a response. You're missing a response. You have no response. I didn't mean to open that up. Handle ID data. It's got to be a deletion thing. Let's remove some deletion code. So left then right. So you're sending it, but I'm not getting it. Well, I have it right here. Let's go global variable, right? And then what is it? Where's 0? 0 is the other one. So .con send. I was just gonna put random stuff. Action ABC, no data, data 2, 3, just to not throw an error. Okay, you sent it, and you're getting it, but not initially. Ain't this an interesting bug, folks? So you log in, and you log in. Now, if I send it first, you received it, and then you can send it and you'll receive it. Then I'm assuming the entire. Yeah, everyone's good then. How's this restart working? Oof. Cannot read properties or define regarding question. Okay, yeah, so I guess question clearing is not doing what I want it to do. Oh yeah, so let's re-implement my response cleanups. Okay, let's just see if we can get through the reset button. I know it's a bug. Oh, there, I hit it again. So I clicked there, and you moved forward. You shouldn't have moved forward. You literally shouldn't have moved forward. So 1, 2, 3 gave an answer, and you were like, I'm good, but you weren't good. Interesting bug. So, if right then left, you shouldn't have been able to move forward. You're also on the wrong question. Okay, this is getting. Oh, you're both on single player, that's why. There you go, now you're multiplayer. Okay, it's working. Restart, restart, we both restart. We both say we're ready. Cannot read properties are undefined regarding question. Render question. Do I lose my questions? Wait, what type? I've already answered that. Plus, it's already showing me it selected. Interesting. Oh, because I have no questions. So that questions did not get called because questions had a length. So when I call restart, questions.splice. So let's look at questions after the splicing. Question S. Control Shift I. There we go. We'll single play. No, I guess we're multiplaying it now. And with the wrong way. Marshmallow. Yeah, it's all on fire. It's okay. Oof, talk about desync. Okay, so let's try it again. Right, left. Okay, let's everyone restart. Okay, let's look at our console log. We got a lot of questions, we got logs here. Restart. If I'm looking for a console log online, 175. There it is. We have no questions. So ready, players, set questions, question index. There it is. equals 0. Resets. You know what? Let's also do that up here. You know, yeah, this also belongs up here. All this belongs up here when we're clearing for new questions. Yeah, the only thing this does is show the screen and start game, so you don't even belong. You don't even deserve to be your own function at this point. Wait, I'm doing textual jumps. There we go. Now let's do the next restart. Oh, let's find it again. Chomp chomp. Goodbye function. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Right, left, Python, Java. Okay, I think I may have got this functionally accurate. Oof. Restart. Ready. Because restart needs to actually clear the questions. Okay, I was too much in a rush. So this needs to do this. These two lines, basically. Now, setting the questions doesn't need to remove them because there are none to remove. We also need to do this. Yeah, so many things that restart does need to do. Who knew? And we'll take show screen back. Oh, paste. Control Shift R. There we go. Once more. Everything's on file. Let's see what's up with that. Cannot read properties of undefined regarding question. So rendering my questions. Ooh, I took the push. Somehow I took the push. Deleted the wrong thing. I need to get rid of the splice, not the push. We're ready, you're ready. Okay, everyone looks ready now. Good. 33. Restart, ready. New questions. Okay, what does AD stand for? Computer hardware. C. Okay, this is great. And now, okay, so it's refresh there. Okay, still this error. Gonna figure that out though eventually. Handle. I'm seeing a double ABC ready 1. So if I say, yeah, you refresh because you gotta connect. You're receiving yourself twice. Which means you're not sending to this one, you're sending to yourself. Why are you doing that? 179. For player of players. Let's just log players at this point. p.con.here. Just the IDs because I don't want state to do the thing. ABC and 1, 2, 3. Correct. Send action and data. Ooh, no, I am creating a new object. It should be fine. You know what? I don't know what this is, but it's not exhibiting itself elsewhere. So technically I did complete the latest feature of restarts. Just also discovered some interesting unintended behavior. So add restart logic. Get, oh, okay, we got some TypeScript errors where they're not being thrown in my face. I mean, that they should be up in my face, they just weren't for some reason. Let's amend that commit. And new tab, git push. Loving it. Now I want to take this break, but I also want to figure out this freaking bug. Are we waiting at all before the connection? On. No, it's straight connection. It's send ready, whatever that is. Send message. Player.con. For player. Let's just check them all, right? open, right? That's the official method. I know TypeScript's angry, but I need to find this connection. And we have open and peer connection and data channel. TS ignore down here. Yeah, it's open. Huh. What does send respond? Void. So it gives me nothing back. You're sending it to yourself twice. That's the problem. Only if this one doesn't. So if you send, then you send. It's good. I have no idea what is going on. Okay, let's do some more logging. I know this is a break, but I'm so curious. Players find player. Well, it's just a map at this point. Player con PRID, player dot response. Put that in an array. Lovely looking array. We want to log it, so more parentheses, save. You go, then you go. The data. They're both ready, but you're not ready. Because you're not sending it. So let's see, we sent it, then we sent it again. So I'm receiving 1, 2, 3, but I can't send out to 1, 2, 3 that I'm ready. But if I manually do it, so let's see if I can manually do it. Let's get a players out. I know, not the break. I just want to see if I can manually force this logic to happen. There it is. In global temp 1, 1, and what is it? 0? Is it 1? Weird that I'm 1. I should be 0, but whatever. Temp 1 index 0 dot con dot send action ready data 1. So if I can get it to send, it'll work. Okay, that is break time. Let's stretch, hydrate, and relax while I think about this bug. What's that? I am ready to squash me a bug, folks. Welcome back from break. Let's get this thing squashed. Gonna do some logging in here. See who we're sending stuff to. Player.con.here, player.con.open. Hey Ryan, welcome back. Hope work was all good. Okay, so let's read stuff. We have sending to 123, sending to ourselves, undefined, good. Sending to ABC, good. Now ABC is sending to itself, good. ABC is sending to itself again. Not good. What are you doing, ABC? Let's look at the players. We have that connection. Yeah, that's a real one. We have this connection. The real one. It wasn't bad. Hey, glad to hear it, Ryan. Yeah, so ignoring this particular error, so the multiplayer functionality, it works. You just have to click the buttons in a certain order. So I'll go ahead and just, I'll use an excuse to take a break. So we have this one is 1, 2, 3, and this one is ABC. Now using some query parameters, I'm telling it to join 1, 2, 3. So if they both ready up, they both see the same questions. It doesn't advance until they both answer it. And then once you get through all the questions, it shows your score and also shows what the other people answered. Eventually, oh yeah, these are two different browsers. Yeah, like this is fully working right now. I think. I mean, let's go to the repo, I guess. I don't know what version GH Pages is on. Did I get multiplayer functionality in here? That's hard to tell. Oh, thank you, Ryan. I've been lucky this far, but yeah, I forgot to turn on the screen. Woo! Everyone's got to have one, right? Okay, so let me. Thanks, Ryan. I was like different screen. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Thank you, folks. Okay, so it is two browsers. I was like, oh yes, I can put them on different screens. That's not gonna prove anything. Okay, so we have this one and this one. Oh, I've put them wrong now. Okay, so the one on the right joins the one on the left. So this one's ready, and nope. There we go. So they both have to ready up at the same time. Nah, it's not a secret project. It's the same one. I can see how it was though. Yeah. So once they're both joined up, they stay on the same question until both are have chosen. When I say both, I mean however many there are. Nah, it made sense, Ryan. And then once everyone's done, it shows all the responses. It shows your individual, which eventually I'll replace this with who won, who lost. Yeah, FBI trivia. It's like, no, this is trivia only I know. Yeah, but it shows who won, who lost, where all the answers went. So two people answered false, one person answered this one, someone else answered that one. So you see your selections in blue, your wins in teal, the corrects in green, and you can restart successfully so you can keep playing with your friends. And you can fail with your friends too. Now, the weird thing, which is this interesting little bug, which I tracked down a little bit, is that if. See, I barely remember the bug. If the host, if the one being joined says ready, and the other one says ready second, this doesn't work. And I think it's because I call sort somewhere. Yeah, I'm sorting the players. I want to sort a copy of the players. Am I sorting anywhere else? No, that's it. No, join. That was it. Okay, folks. So what happens is um so when you call sort on a thing, it sorts it in place. Um why was it breaking though? So I fixed it, but I don't know why that broke it. Because the sorting only happens when you advance the game. Ah. Oh, this is very dissatisfying. I solved the bug, but I don't know why it was a bug. Like, I know what's happening. When I send the message, it sends through, like, it iterates through every index of the player. So here's what happens. So we have the array of two things, and we have A, and then we have B. And this loop here, remember, it's just a fancy I loop. It starts here, but then when it goes to advance, so it advances, like here's future, A and B got swapped. So now B and A are here. So while it's looping, it got sorted. No, Ryan, this is great drawing. I mean, it's not, hey, this is the most readable one I've written so far. But yeah, so we have one, make it worse. We have two. So it starts here, A and B, and then as this loops, somehow the sort was also happening, which meant the I basically sent it to the same one twice. I don't know how I managed to achieve that, but let this be a lesson. If you're sorting something, make sure you're not iterating over it I don't know. I can't. I don't think I could turn this into a lesson because it's such a specific race condition thing. If you got multiple things running in different places, watch out for your sorts. I don't know. Yeah. So okay. Okay. I have the lesson. If you're sorting only to get one of them, or to get the first or the last, sort on a copy. There you go. There's a lesson. Enjoy. I am done with this bug. It was one line. I could probably put that back now too. Yeah. Get your sorts in order. There you go, Ryan. Catchphrase of the stream. Get your sorts in order. Fix sorting message bug. Sure. Now at this point, I'm going to relax a little bit. We're going to push this, then we're going to do git branch delete GitHub pages, git branch create GitHub pages, git checkout GitHub pages, git add the distribution, git commit deploy, git push GitHub pages, git checkout main, then git delete. Actually, we don't need to delete it. But, oh no, I left some code in the thing. Hopefully that doesn't hurt it. We're about to find out. Some close of this browser. I said close. Well, which browser am I closing? This browser. And we're going to go over to look at GitHub and stare at it while it builds. I forgot to set the Pomodoro. Yeah, that bug threw me off. I think it's this much. Okay. We wait for thingy. Hurry up and wait. So, spoiler alert for what I'm about to attempt to do. Now, I don't want to get your hopes in order yet, or no, what's it? Get your hopes up. I think this might be possible that it's publicly usable and multiplayer and all that stuff. Just gotta wait for GitHub pages to finish, and I'm gonna do a test first before sending y'all at it. So if I say my ID is Wascal2, and I create another browser over here in Chrome. Oh, we're about to see how Chrome and Firefox like it. My ID is Rascal1, and I'm joining Rascal2, except I said one thing and did another thing. So if we, come on browser, move. Okay, yeah, so I still had it set on localhost. Of course it ain't gonna work. Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, it's over here. Yeah, almost Bombaloni. You gotta wait like 3 more minutes for me to unset this setting. There we go. And you know what, just for giggles, count equals, no wait, where is it? Amount. I'm gonna upgrade that to 5. Sorry, GitHub pages, I love you, but I gotta keep pushing the buttons wrong. Remove local server config. Okay, there we go. Please stop VS Code. There we go. Let's git push. And go and close that one while we're at it. npm run build. Git branch delete. Git checkout. No, git checkout. Ooh, I heard there's a new command. Git checkout B. Hey, fancy. Git add npm run build because I'm paranoid. Git add, git commit. No, git commit. Git push u origin force. Git checkout main. Git lg all. Okay, it looks alright to me. Now we gotta wait for GitHub pages. Yeah. Probably another 2 minutes. We can stare at it while it loads. And yeah, Bombaloni, I did think of like as soon as I thought of this, I'm like, I could probably make this some sort of like Twitch overlay extension or not overlay extension, but like a thing on my stream overlay, like how my timer is. Like, yeah, and it can like randomly spawn a question every, I don't know, X minutes, and then the first person in chat wins or whatever. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff that can be done. I mean, that's not even just with this Pure.js, it's just with chat in general. Okay, it looks done to me. So we're about to see if we get this error anymore. No, localhost, why are you trying to access? Maybe GitHub pages wasn't done. Well, that error is not happening. Okay, cache is out. Okay, so I am there. No, it failed. Okay, let's close these terminals. So I am Rascal2, and this is Rascal1 joining Rascal2. You're not joining. Council. Okay, so thinking thoughts. I got the name wrong. That's a possibility. Joining. No, it's called joining. Console log. I'm not seeing any console logs. Where are my console logs? Okay, let's just play it single player, I guess. Sure, that works. Restart. So single player works just fine. I bet I got a typo in here. Yeah, see, they are Rascal too. Ow. Handle. Oh, so this is awkward. ID. That's not my ID. They're being randomly generated. I thought I was specifying my own IDs. I am specifying my own ID. So on, that's the great thing about production. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, it's good. Big. I'm friendly to the puns. I'm one with the puns. So yeah, missing a fav icon. No one cares. So handling from this ID. Okay, I'm probably using too short of an ID. Maybe there are rules on the public server. You can't just throw whatever characters you want. So if I'm using the same ID. Huh. Hi, my brain. Goldfish. Goldfish memory. It's not query string, it's hash. It is hash. Rascal underscore 2. Ugh. Goldfish memory. Okay, yeah. Hash ID. Hash joining. Okay. Oh, I see connections. Okay. Well, that is weird. Why they get different answers? Hey, okay, okay. I'm gonna do this one on myself. Now, I am missing a lot of features, like you can see how many players there are and all, but this is good. So, if you wanna join, suppose all you gotta do is, oh well, and this is asking a lot too. Hold on, let me craft this URL. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't invite people until I get an actual user interface working. But that's okay. Joining equals this, and ID equals your username here. Yeah, so if y'all want to give it a shot, that's the URL. Suppose. Maybe, yeah. In the meantime, I will. Oh, someone clicked it. Okay. Whoever clicked it, I clicked ready. Okay. What 5-letter word is the motto of the IBM? Logic, I think. RAM stands for random access. Sun Microsystems, it's gotta be Java. Monty Python. Nah. The R and RSA. Secure and stable seem cheaty. Shocky, that sounds right. 40% complete. Okay, let's see. We both went with logic, so we failed there. We both knew what RAM was. Oh, Bombaloni, a different question. Huh. 60%. Yeah, hey, you did better than me. So a different question. Yeah, that's not good. But hey, we both got Java. I guess it does come from Monty Python, and it's Shamir, not secure. But hey, that's pretty good. It is working. Hung on the first question. If you, so here's the thing, if you both joined under the same ID, like if you clicked that, if two of you clicked that link, only the first one that clicked it would have worked. Because if two people have the same ID, then it don't work. They have to be unique. I will drop another one for someone else to click. So if Ryan's still on the top one, I'll get my console open. I can see if another one joins, if you want to, and if you can, it's up to you. There's also the fact that these are public IDs, so if anyone else like happens to have that ID, it would not work. Plus, I have no idea what would happen if someone joined when it wasn't at the beginning. Oh yeah, like it just advanced without my submission. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a race condition, I guess. A personal username. I mean, I will. So I don't know. It depends. I guess so. I mean, some of that might be a part two or like an extra add-on. Kilobyte. It basically user systems to prevent duplications and stuff. There is like probably logic I can detect which if there's a duplicate username, but yeah, there's a lot. Like I'm satisfied with this for the most part because that was like the tough part getting it working. Wow, I just did great, didn't I? Let's see who else. Hey, some people got it. Amazon right, 8 right, Cheetah right. Yeah, someone did better than me. But yeah, there are some definitely some more things to be adding to this. Obviously, like a list of players. Like probably in one of these corners, I'll like have a list of the user IDs. Hey, Bombaloni, nice. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, plus the option to well, some styling would help. Plus the option to like customize because right now we're just choosing 6 questions from a single category. So like all that form stuff too would go a fair amount of way. But, you know, all that is polish and because I think it's broke, folks. Like I can't push my restart button anymore. It's so it's dead. It died. But hey, we got 2 good rounds out of it, I'd say. And technically, it's works perfectly fine single player. So single player all day long. F5. Yeah, I mean that would have done it, but so the thing is ID equals. So if I F5, then none of you are connected to me. You two would also have to F5. So you see how well actually you two might be able to play in a game by yourselves because there's no host technically. So yeah, you two might still be playing by yourselves. But because I'm technically like so what we're missing there is essentially a not a group feature, but the ability for me to join back in to this thing, which isn't impossible to do. I just don't have it because essentially every time someone joins, it would need to tell that person, "Oh, hey, here are the other IDs of people you also need to join." And then I would be able to just join one of those other names and I'd be able to get back in the group. But again, that really wasn't like so like my scope for this was essentially this, but with a little bit of form logic. And so like this was like the hard part. What I consider the hard part at least. Hey, who says what for consistency, right, Bombaloni? Yeah, let me try actually your name for the failed key escrow NSA Enigma machine. I know that got cracked, right? 1 qubit quantum entanglement. How many bytes? KB byte. Oh, KB. I don't use that. Kilo. It's 1,000. So 1024. Including the thing. What year? It's old. Founder of. I don't even know what that is. That's not them's Mark. 20. I'm not good at this. I got one right. How many bytes are in a Kibi byte? 1024. But yeah, like the logic behind this was to basically get the and I didn't do the right thing in the first place. I'm sorry if you all tried to refresh and rejoin. I had the thing wrong. This is why it needs a user interface and all, but that's all polish and extra. Like I will continue 80% Bombaloni. Now imagine if these were your Anki cards instead. Wouldn't that be fun? So come on, someone, make that your 100 hours. And it was all multiplayer and stuff. Yeah, progress. I mean, there are only 6 questions, so yeah, for sure, for sure. Yes, it is fun, yeah, but like polishing, which won't be happening now because this is a 6-hour stream, but yeah, we got it working and playable single player, playable multiplayer, if you know how to do the things. And in part two, which I'm not saying when is going to be because I'm not sure when I'm going to do the part two, I will be. Hey, Prankstar. Yeah, it's looking great. Were you were you here while we were all playing in the same session? Because it is technically working now. Well, it works until it breaks. Yeah, I mean it's functionality pretty good. CSS, it made progress. Hey, yeah, glad you saw it. So yeah, it works. It just needs a UI polish, all those things. Like the reason ups and downs, Bombaloni. Your average is still what, 70%? I know math. But yeah, like that's my main goal of this was to do the difficult part and to show that once you get this networking logic down and you don't sort your arrays as you iterate through them, it's not that complicated, like relatively to go. So like, and this is like the most complicated example I probably could have thought of. Now, like, I didn't implement Pong or like 2D games on this, but you totally could. The latency is like pretty good on it. I wouldn't go first person shooter level latency, but pixel art, 2D stuff, Tetris maybe. You can implement all that in this. So yeah, like the roof or the sky's the limit rather. Yes, prank star balance as all things should be. So yeah, and like if you understood at least like 20% of all this weird networking logic, you can implement most easy to medium stuff, I'd say. Like 2-player games are much easier than this infinite player game I just implemented. So, because 2-player, you make one connection and it's done. You don't deal with like multiple. You have yourself and you have other user. No loops, no checking if everyone responded. It's just 1-to-1. So it's a lot less programming. So, like I said, if you get at least 20, 30, 40% of this, y'all can make your own stuff. Like, I don't know, there are like 4 people I've seen talking about that group study tool thing. And yeah, I went with TypeScript. You don't have to. The only difference is here is that you don't use imports. You just use the script tags in HTML. You obviously don't write types in JavaScript. And yeah, Prankstar there, like it's kind of like the API. Like everyone was using APIs, like it broadens the horizon. I was just hoping to be like, let's broaden the horizons because usually we don't get to multiplayer games or multi-user experiences until we get to backend. And then after you get to backend, you gotta learn WebSockets. Then you gotta hook the WebSockets up to the backend. Then you gotta hook the WebSockets up to the front end. Then you gotta communicate in rooms. And it's like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of things to learn just to basically get, in essence, communication between browsers. But 2022, we got WebRTC. We got these generous folks out here at PureJS with their own public server. So it's all available. You just gotta think of an idea, figure out the unique behavior of essentially the event loop, and implement it. So yeah, that is it. Just drop it in chat. If anyone's curious, if anyone wants to see the code again or fiddle around with it. And you know what? Let's go. Let's do one Code Wars. Okay, just one. Let's do a few Code Wars. Let's do one session of Code Wars. Let's do some Code Wars. End off the stream in a high note. I mean, that was pretty high note, but something to chillax on. Oh wow, the leaderboard's shifting a little bit. My other board's getting up there. Okay, I don't want to do anything hard because my brain is mush. Yeah, extra high note. I'm going for the Simple Fun series if y'all haven't heard of it. I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but it's fun. You have a string of length n consisting of zeros or ones. Choose any two adjacent positions. Nope, not going there. Let's not do stuff I haven't trained on. Let's get this sorting a little better. Most completed. Circle of numbers. That sounds like math. Oh wait, is that just circular array? 0 to -1 in a circle. Okay, yeah, circular array. Find the number which is written in radically opposite position to first number. Okay, so if I have 0, it's 5, 4, 9, 6, 1, 2. Okay, so it's a little bit of math. N is less than 1,000. Oh, I don't need to do math. I can brute force that probably. So we have N and we have first number. So, I mean, I'm just going to try to think of the math way to do this, right? Like, if I do turn N plus, so first number is 2, the output should be 7, 0, 1, 2. So plus the length, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so N. No, it's first number plus N divided 2 modulus N, because I might roll over. Yeah, but I was like, I recognize this math, so first try. Yeah, usually I avoid math, but circular arithmetic, I don't know, it's less, I don't know, it feels less mathy and more logicy to me. I mean, you saw how I counted it out, literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once you understand like how modulus can roll over the end of an array, it's more manageable. Triangles and squares and things out of them yet. Non-basic. Oh, I don't think you're gonna get any other shaped arrays. I mean, it's technically you could have it where, well, we don't care about sorting. You could have it where you divide the array into 3 integers, so like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's awkward. 4, and then 5. And your thing could be, given the thing, return 0, 1, or 2 for which edge that number belongs on. So that could be a kata. So if you're given 3, you need to return 1 because it's on the 1th edge. If you give them 2, I don't know what you do on 2. Yeah, Bombalona, go ahead and, if you can, go bring up the example. I will give it a try. There's very little that can bring me down now after getting that project done. Shape area. That sounds like math. Oh, it's a polygon. Yeah, that's math. In order to stop the mad coder decipher, you figured out some numbers, have modified a single In the given number, the kth bit from the right was set to 0, but its current. Change the kth bit of n back to 0. Okay, so spoiler alert, folks. I would totally just Google this nth Fibonacci one. Let me check that one you just posted there. Sum of odd numbers. Then I'll nth Fibonacci. Nth Fibonacci. Oh, this is an exact search thing. Yeah, if I don't get this search exactly right, it's not gonna return it to me. Thanks, Code Wars. Yeah, I'll come back to search for it later. Let me check out. Whew, okay, let's check out this. Given a triangle of consecutive odds, calculate the sum of the numbers in the nth row of this triangle. Index 1, input to output. Okay, let's give me a shot on this one. Technically, I think I have completed it, but it's always good to train. Nth Fibonacci. Thank you, Leah. Let me actually look that one up now. Oh yeah, I had that very wrong, didn't I? No items to display. Oh, because I have my filters up for not stuff I've tried. Da da dum dum dum. Hey, there it is. Ooh, my internet is dying. Oof. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna talk until I figure out why the internet went down. Hmm. Hmm. Hello, hello. It says my bitrate is back up, so hopefully you should be able to hear my words. Check, check. Yeah, thinking thoughts. Yeah, I believe you, Bombaloni. I believe you. I'm assuming my network is back online. Yes, no in the chat. Yes, no in the chat. I guess not. Well, I don't want to do as much as I am willing to persevere through the bad network connectivity. This was kind of just to end out on a high note. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it, I think. I mean, I'll try to stick it out, see maybe for another few by the end of the Pomodoro. I was gonna quit by the end of the Pomodoro anyway, so hmm. Hello, yeah, I hear. Hmm. Hmm. I'll try to hang around for a few moments. Okay. It seems to be good. Kinda, kinda. Mhm. 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 Yeah. Well, I think my internet's coming back just for a blip. Now, it's not going to be up for like more than a minute, so I wanted to thank everyone for stopping by and such. Internet. Okay, I think it was off for like 5 seconds. Thanks everyone for stopping by. I really appreciate you hanging along for this long stream. Hopefully, all that made it through in this blip of good internet. If it didn't, it's in the chat. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Catch you next time. Hopefully, hey, feel free to send me any cool projects you make with Pure.js or WebRTC.